Okay, the Jackson City Council to order, May 15, 2012. If you will, please rise, and I'll lead the invocation pledge. Father, we come before you this morning just humbled by your greatness, Father, and realizing that we're here because of you. We thank you for this council, Father, and we pray that they will realize and know that they are ordained by you, as your word says, and that ordination is indeed a very high calling, Father. So we just ask that you would guide us through this meeting, give us wisdom and discernment as we address those issues which affect your people, Father, and just pray that everything we say, everything we do will bring honor and glory to you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey guys, this is our, before we start, let me simply acknowledge the presence of Representative Jimmy Elridge, who has delivered a gift to you all, and that is in the order of the Blue Book. He said he's going to be back next month and for a multiple choice exam on the contents of the Blue Book. Thank you, Representative Elridge. Thank you for being here. Meeting obviously is to hear the first reading of the budget. We'll have three separate ordinances to consider today on first reading, and that is our budget ordinance, our tax rate ordinance, and then also our solid waste disposal ordinance. So with that being said, Al, if you'll come up and start us out on an overview, if you would. Al.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
I think you all should have in your possession a book with all of the budget materials in. And subsequently after that, we did put in your little box in the room there, the garbage rate ordinance. So that's the last item basically on the schedule. I have put together an agenda just to try and bring some order to how we go through the day, and also if we can speed things up, we can bring in people that I may have told to come after lunch. We'll be glad to do that, but I was just trying to spread it out so that we wouldn't partake of people's time unnecessarily. Just for the record, I do want to note the public notices that were placed in the Jackson Sun. This is the first one. It is on the budget itself, not only the general fund, which is on the top portion, but covers all of the funds. So when we talk about having a $64 or $65 million budget, really, if you add the $34 million from the other funds, you know, you're well above $100 million, just to give you an idea of the scope there. Then the second public notice that was placed was for the tax ordinance to remain at $1.97, and we'll discuss that later. And the third ordinance that was placed was to cover a change to Title 17, which is refuge and trash disposal, and it would be a change in our garbage rate, which we haven't done for over 4 years, since September of 2008. So if there are no further questions, we'll start with the general fund budget. And I would like to clarify a few things here, because nothing works out just perfectly. We said that, and the mayor has gone on media saying that we reduced our budget 3.5%. And we basically did, but there are many different factors, and when you throw in grants, that totally distorts the percentages up or down. In fact, as we go through this, we're going to be recommending, we put a $3.5 million grant in there for the southern bypass, but really only plan to spend, what, Stan, $93,000 or $92,000. So we're going to suggest that in order to keep the numbers cleaner and not distort year-to-year comparisons, that we take out that 3.5 million, less than 92,000, and then another 175,000 on EDI grants. And that'll bring these numbers down to about a 6% decrease, which is more in line with what we really did. So we'll start out here, and I just wanted to, if you can bear with me for a few minutes, give you a little overview of basically where we're coming from over the last 4 years, where we're at now, and where we plan to go, which of course would be the budget. And I just went back and looked at the, starting out with the year that the mayor came over from the county. That was a treacherous year for us. We had a excess of expense over revenue of about 6.9 million, brought our fund balance down to 15.5. We started bouncing back, and there was an accounting principles change that really would have made this $1.5 million less negative the following year. But you can see our fund balance started to grow. We had a good year in '09. We had an even better year in '10, and a relatively good year in '11. So that our fund balance has grown to like 27 million. But as Ms. Bell and I will go through and assure you later on when we do an analysis of the fund balance, some of that is very, how would we say, exposed, because there's like $3.7 million in receivables that go back to the FEMA claims of 2010 and 2011. But that gives you somewhat of a synopsis of where we're coming from. And just to refresh everybody's memory, part of the reason why we ended up losing, if you want to use that term, 6.9 million, we had planned to lose or to be under-absorbed about $2 million, strictly because our debt service, which had been running along, well, this actually goes left to right, but had been running along at 20-some%, and all of a sudden we faced 2 years of balloon payments at roughly 11 million. So this means out of every tax dollar that was received, instead of the general fund getting like 80%, which would be normal, it only got 64%, and 36% went towards the debt service. And then as we get into our debt service, we'll see that subsequently we did a $58 million refunding, which took several bond issues, combined them together, and spread out the annual debt service payment into something that we could afford, like 21%, and 1 year it even got down to 14%. But that's, obviously, there were two things that caused that bad year in '08. This was the main contributor, and also our buildings, being the Civic Center and Ullman and Fairgrounds and that, were somewhat out of control when the mayor took over, and he right away enacted actions to correct that, which we've done subsequently. So that's where we're coming from. Where we're at right now, and this is something that Sam Dawson, who's unable to be here today, but he works up with my help and Karen for the mayor each month, excuse me. So this was for the month of March, and as you can see, we had revenues, less grants. We try and take out the grants so that the material is cleaner and for us to understand what we really have control over. We had revenue of 3.1, and we had expenses of 4.5, so we were upside down in the month of March by $1.4 million. And we, like so many other industries or businesses, like the retail businesses, we do very well around the months of November through January, because that's when our property tax comes in, some of it delinquent, but still comes in. But then we hit some very dry months, as Karen is well aware, for the balance of the year. And we will be running negative. In fact, the results for April was 2.9 million unfavorable, bringing us to 4.3 unfavorable for the fiscal year. And here Sam has addressed the fiscal year cumulative at 43 million in revenues. And when you take out the grants and also take out the Lambeth purchase that we did there, you know, you would actually come up with a somewhat respectable number. But I can tell you, and it's just common sense, we did not plan any revenues to cover the Lambeth buyout or whatever you might term it. So even if everything else was perfect, we're going to be down $2 million. We're going to be down more than that. But if everything else was perfect, we would be down $2 million because there was nothing planned for this. So that's a little synopsis of where we're at right now. And then I wanted to just explain a little bit, and these numbers now have changed, so don't try and tie me down on the numbers, but I wanted to explain the process that Karen and Sam and I go through, which has proved, I think, very productive for the last 3 years. Previously, we would sit down with each department and we would go through every line item on their budget, and we'd argue over whether you got too much in repair and maintenance and not enough in fuel and all of this, when really the bottom line was, you know, what is your total budget? So what we have done here is I project the revenue, and at this point in time when we started out, I was projecting 59 million, not counting grants. And then Karen comes along and deducts those line items or departments that are not under the control of the various departments. In other words, Chief Maxie Stewart can't control the benefits. He can't control insurance, things of that nature. So we come on down to a number of 35.6 million. And then we take that, and again, I'm just going through the mechanics here. We take that and we take each department, and there are some departments, let me come across here, that are so small that if we tried to take 3.5% out of purchasing, for example, we'd have to have Susan pay us something because there's nothing to take out. So we'd come down and we take out the departments that we can, that there is enough expenditures and enough people. And we did take out, for example, on fire and police, 3.5%. But then we had to go back and add in for 10 policemen that are still covered, are bound under a grant. Where the grant is distinguished, but now we have to go ahead and fund them for 12 months. And we had to put in 15 firefighters for the new station out in the annexation area. So when we did all of that, then we tied into that 35.6 million that I showed you previously. And then we start from there with changes that might be necessitated by step increases or fuel surcharges or whatever. So basically, that's the process that we go through. And want to now address the fund balance. And I've already reminded Harvey we don't have any rainy day funds, and you see nothing on here that says rainy day. But the fund balance at first glance would look great, 27 million, but only 19 million of it is unassigned. And many fund balances you can't really spend, like the inventory fund balance, the reserve. State street aid is designated for certain projects. But here's the one I want to talk about really, is the 3.7 million. And Karen, can you just enlighten us a little what the auditors did there?
This is receivables that are expected to be received on the FEMA, the 3.2 that you've heard outstanding from 2010, and 600,000 that's been outstanding from the 2011 April storms. So this is receivables that are booked as far as money that we expect and hope to receive from FEMA.
And on the 2011, which Karen was integrally involved in, we've done a good job, and we've already gotten back 600,000 plus. Mm-hmm. So that number is not quite as exposed right now. It's more like 3.2 million. But we are still battling, and I'll go through later and show you some 48 projects that are open before FEMA. And as the mayor knows, we've had FEMA reps in the last couple of weeks. He has written numerous letters called version requests trying to reopen. And the big one is that we need to reopen is Ullman Arena at about 2.5 million. So I want to make everyone aware, let's just say worst case, that FEMA denies the balance of 3.2 is on here, then that would come directly out of our fund balance. And I'm not trying to be negative here as we start, but this, $1.9 million here in self-insurance. Our health insurance costs have gone up roughly 21% this year. We had planned for health claims of 5.7 million, and we had actually held that for a year or two, and were able to put some money in this reserve. But now we're looking at a number approaching 7 million in health claims for this year, and we will actually have to dip into part of that 1.3 million of that 1.9 million. Worst case, we could be eating up the whole reserve. Ever since Mayor Gist has got here, our whole intent was to build up a reserve there that so eventually we could give the employees a break in their part of the contribution. But this year has really been negative as far as that intent. So when we talk about our 27 million, you can really only hang your hat on 19.7. And we know that coming out of this year, the Lambeth 2 million is going to have to come out of that. So that 27 million, worst case, if we don't recover all the FEMA funds, and this may go on for another 2-3 years, and if we have to take out, we will have to take out Lambeth, you can see that it can disappear quite easily.
Mr. LaFoon?
Yes.
Don't mean to interrupt. What is the realistic viewpoint as far as the FEMA money? I mean, how much of it do you think we'll get back?
Well, that is the $64,000 question. What happened was basically on Ullman Arena, which is probably the one that we need to talk about, that and the Herring Grove Bridge. And let me just talk about Herring Grove Bridge first. We only were allotted $36,000, is that not correct, Mayor? Because they thought we could repair that bridge. It cost us $469,000 roughly. And Mayor Gist has now gone back to TDOT, and I believe they haven't given you a letter now that says, yes, our initial analysis was incorrect, and that bridge did have to be replaced in total. So we hope to win that battle. I think we should. On Ullman Arena, unfortunately, FEMA applied our $1 million of insurance coverage, which we have through Tennessee Municipal League. They applied it incorrectly all to Ullman Arena when the initial cost at Ullman was only $740,000 before we had to do all of the drying out. There were several floods right behind the May 3rd flood as far as what damaged Ullman. And we're having trouble getting them to reopen that. But we have contacted our people in Washington, and they are going to be contacting our representatives and senators. If worse comes to worse, we're not going to give up on this. It's just, unfortunately, we had more than one flood incident that damaged Ullman Arena, and they can't get off first base saying that it was $740,000 and you had $1 million in insurance, even though most of that insurance went for Fire Station 4 and others, and we've proven that to them. So we're battling that, and I guess if we had to put a percentage on it, we just have to say 50-50 at this point.
I have a question, if I may, and this is relative to that. And I'm not an accountant, but if there's a 50-50 chance of us getting $3.2 million, why are we showing it the full amount in the budget?
The accountants would apply the various tests, and I can't really address that. But, I mean, you're saying, why don't we just cut that in half?
Well, I mean, it's a speculative amount, isn't it?
It's a speculative amount, but we can support all of the costs. We have all of the change in scopes. Most of the work was done by Crocker, and Hal Crocker has provided us with all of the documentation. It's something that we don't want to give up on. This is,
And you mentioned that you're requesting that it be reopened? So in other words, that insinuates that it's closed?
yes, at this point in time, yes.
Councilman Brooks, this page is from the audit. This is not the budget. This is the
Okay.
audit financial statement. So they book it as receivable until all avenues are closed that shows that we will not receive it. So it's not actually budgeted revenue in our budget. It is just what they
Okay.
booked as receivable in the audit report.
I would say if in another 2 years we haven't resolved it, they would definitely downgrade it. But there are many municipalities across the state that are in the same boat that we are.
And you may have explained it before, but how did we get here? I mean, relative to the FEMA money, how did we get here?
How did we get in this
Yeah.
shape, this situation? Well, I think there's a number of factors. First off, on Olman Arena, we had the initial flood on May 3rd, and those damages were assessed at roughly $740,000. And then there were some other floods that came, what, a week or two later?
1st of June.
It took us a while to determine we had to bring in some outside people, highly technical people to determine the amount of mold and what needed to be done, so that it was several weeks down the road, and FEMA had already moved on to other projects before we actually were able to see the full scope of work. And it wasn't followed up with in a timely manner, is all I can say.
By us? We didn't follow up on it in a timely manner?
Well, you'd have to say by us.
Okay, all right.
But there was also a change in FEMA reps. I think we had, what, at least 2, if not 3 changes? And that's very difficult to deal with when you're dealing with Rep A and he leaves, and you start all over with Rep B, and now we're way down the line.
Okay,
But we by no means have given up, and our last resort would be to go through our representatives at the federal level, because we have documentation to support it. And in some cases, it's just hard for me to understand why they would apply $1 million insurance when we know that only $124,000 was applied to Olman.
what's been their explanation for that?
No explanation that's plausible, just that's the way it is, and you know, sometimes you run into some people who have an axe to grind, or
Okay,
and you have to go over their head.
okay, all right.
But
Thank
we
you.
are not giving up.
Thank you, Al.
In regards to the Heron Grove Bridge, have all those bills been paid?
Yes.
Okay.
And the mayor has just, I guess as of last week, sent another letter to TEMA, to Terry Tanner, who is our point person there, showing that TDOT has reversed their decision. We couldn't get anyone to bid on repairing it
Right.
because they wouldn't put their name as far as the liability. So that one we should win. The next item that I wanted to cover basically is our debt. And just get this so everybody can. We talked earlier about the, I'm just going to go section by section here, that the reason we had so much trouble in '08 was that we couldn't afford to fund a $11 million principal and interest payment. So we refunded several bond issues into a $58 million issue and spread it on down the line, and you can see that it's basically the first couple of years was only $2 million in principal, and then it's roughly an even $4 to $5 million down the line. And then we also refunded a 2009 bond, and that's pretty well spread evenly. And we're about to pay off $7 million in funds here, and then this is the $10 million that we just took out last August. So the bottom line is, when you come along here, we're roughly at 66 million, which by all measurements that S&P does in the state and everything is, we're not in bad shape at all. The problem, and I also want to qualify this debt does not include the note payable to the hospital, which is the $650,000 that is the responsibility of CRA, and Stan can address that later. It also does not address the HUD loan of $3.1 million, which Half of that goes to East Jackson and half to the Lambeth area, the 2 CRAs, the 2 TIF districts. And that is basically being paid off by CDBG funds from Dave Ralston, but we are the co-signer, so to speak. We guarantee that loan. And then, of course, the Sportsplex capital of $2.4 million is not shown here because it's not in this fund. But this gives you an idea of where we're at on debt. This is what we really need to be concerned with, and that's our annual debt service payments. And we're right now at $6.7 million, and you can see that's a heck of a lot less than that $10.8 or $11 million scenario that got us in trouble back in '08. If we didn't have to borrow any more money, which is a pipe dream, you can see that we would be nice and evenly spread out on principal and interest for the next 10 years or so. But that, of course, is not the case, although we are cutting back tremendously on capital, and we would hope not to borrow additionally until the early part of 2014, if that's feasible. Okay, anybody can stop me along the way here. I'm just going down the agenda that we initially had up here. Are there any questions up to this point?
Not a question, but could you give us those copies of those spreadsheets, or at least I'd like a copy.
Sure.
At some point in
Sure.
time.
Will do. Basically, then, we want to talk about revenues to start out with. And, of course, our property tax revenue is roughly 55–60% of our total revenues. And I get from Francis' office early on in the year some appraisal numbers, and see if I can zero this in and you can still read it. But basically, we start out here in 2012. This is the calendar year that we're in. So we're talking about 2012 taxes, even though we're talking about the FY13 budget. Did I say something funny, or we got a private joke?
No, it's talking about he needs glasses.
It's barely visible.
Okay, I'll give it up. I would think, Scott, you would have the best eyes,
No,
being the youngest.
not the age fool, the eyes aren't that well.
Here's where we were in 2011. So this is the year's taxes we're trying to collect right now, some $28 million. And you can see how it's spread between residential, about 37%, commercial, about 47%, and then we have some from the Industrial Development Board, and then a fairly sizable number for personal property. And of course, personal property is the equipment within a retail or a manufacturing entity. And then, if you start looking over here at 2012, we've got about 31,000 parcels. These numbers are kind of big for me to comprehend or repeat, but our appraised value, and that's where we start out with what Francis does, is $4,783,000,000. And then, of course, when you work that down to the assessed valuation, you got $1.5 billion. And then the taxes, let's see if I can make this a little clearer. Using our $1.97, the taxes that we would see coming due to be collected in FY13 is $29.6. So we had roughly an increase of $1 million, and that is very well explainable because about $700,000 or $800,000 of this increase here is from the annexation area. So that sounds great. We pick up $700,000 or $800,000 in additional taxes, but then you're going to look at it and see. First thing we do is we build a $1.2 million fire station. We buy a Quint fire truck for $650,000. We add 15 firemen, and that $1 million is gone. So that's why we say when you annex an area, it takes like 10 years before you really have a payback on it. But as far as commercial industrial, there wasn't much happening. We're looking at a slight decrease there, a slight increase on personal property, and we don't get the numbers on the public utilities and the IDB until later on. So roughly, we're looking at about a 3.6% increase in our major revenue, which is property tax, but it is being consumed very fast by the annexation area. questions there.
Yeah, I have a question on that.
Yeah.
In the budget, we're showing an increase of 596,000, and you're showing about $1 million increase there.
Well,
Is that
first-
including prior years, or?
First off, you're probably just looking at the general fund.
Yeah,
so-
okay, so you're showing general land, the use to pay
Right.
off the debt too here. Okay.
And then when I go through, and we actually try to be a little bit conservative, so I only take 95% of this number as being collectible. So we're playing, hopefully, a little conservative. So here's where we're at now on the infamous pie charts. And if we go this time from right to left, you can see in fiscal year 11, we had 17% going to the debt service and 83% going to the general fund. In fiscal year 12, the debt service was up a little bit further because I was using up the reserve that had built up here in debt service. So even though the debt service payment may have been roughly the same, we had to take more out of the pie here, leaving less for the general fund. And then for FY13, even though we're going up, there's the $1 million, Randy, that we're talking about. Basically, we're going from 32.3 or 32.4 to 33.4, so that's roughly $1 million. But 20% of that goes to the debt service, 80% goes to the general fund. It's when we get above, and if you remember, our debt service policy that the state comptroller, Justin Wilson, made us file, and we already had a debt service policy, but we tweaked it a little. In there, we have set aside a number of 23% that we said we cannot go above the shaded area here as far as to debt service unless the council votes to do that. In other words, I can't just, well, I can't go out and borrow money anyway, but in other words, what we're saying is the council retains the last word on whether we would go above that 23%. And then here is just a little busy chart. This is actually a Russ Truel leftover that, because I wouldn't be smart enough to work up one of these charts. But anyway, we take the prior year's taxes and we look at what's over in Chancery and we assign a percent collectible, and obviously if something's 9 or 10 years old, there's only a 2 or 3% chance we're going to collect on it versus the most current years where there might be a 30 or 38% chance. And we come up with a number that we're going to say is collectible through Chancery, through tax sales and default judgments. And then we look at our current year property tax, and then basically the tax in lieu of, which JEA is the main contributor there, where they pay a tax in lieu of based on their investment in their total plant and equipment and their revenues. And we come down here with a 33,692 is available to allocate to something. And then we come over here and look at the amount we need to fund debt service, and you divide those two and you come out with 19.99% is needed to go to the debt service, and that's where on this pie chart I rounded to 20%. So that's basically how we come up with what needs to go to debt service. Now, depending on the council's wishes here, we can go into, pardon me, details. You know, the ordinance itself, we're just addressing right now the top line, the revenue. And we're seeing that that's down 1.27%, but it's also grant related. When we take out those two grants that I mentioned, it's going to be down like 5 or 6%. So addressing that revenue line, you have behind that the detailed revenues, and if you'd like, we can go through and look at each one line item by line item, or I address the property tax the two top lines first, which also then comes down to tax penalties and tax equivalents. So basically, I've already addressed the first four lines there, but I would be glad to address anything else. I guess the next most important source of revenue, if I can just take this off the table for a minute, is sales tax. Sales tax, you have to remember, we collect something like 44 million, but then we are, by state ordinance statute, funding the schools. So we only end up with, out of that 44 million, about 27% of 12 million. And you can see where we're coming from here, and I've assumed that the last 2 months would be at about a 2.5% increase over the previous year. We actually just got the numbers for May, which really is 2 months going back to point of sale at the cash register, and it was 3.1, so we're doing a little better than anticipated. But here's what we really honestly don't understand, and Mike Nichols in the county has the same question. Last year, we had a 4.9% increase year to year. The state was running about 2 to 3%. So, you know, we were outperforming the whole state and outperforming the nation. And then you can see when you go back to the years prior to that, we were roughly break even because we were still coming out of the 08, 09 downturn in the whole economy that spiraled down. But we don't quite understand, and Mike actually went to Nashville a couple of weeks ago because he's in the same situation. His increases are roughly right at 2%, and the year before they were at 4.9 or 5%. But it's difficult to get data from the state revenue office on sales tax because there's privacy involved and et cetera. So neither one of us really has the answers. When I go out on the weekends and have to stand in line at a restaurant or can't get into the parking lot at Sam's, I can't understand why our sales tax isn't increasing more. But these are the numbers, and the state says the numbers are the numbers. But I did want to let you know where we stand for this fiscal year. It's not bad, 2%, but it's not as much as the state. In fact, the state, let me just throw their last results up, and this is what I'm talking about. This was for their March revenues, and the state is reporting on sales tax year-to-date growth for 8 months was positive 7.6%. And we're saying our growth is going to be roughly 2%. And for the last couple years, it was just the reverse. Even when we broke even 2 years ago, the state was negative. Now, the numbers on franchise and excise tax, which are basically taxes placed on corporations and businesses, they also have a high growth rate. And we don't have any direct input from that, but we do, through state allocated revenues based on population, we benefit anytime those numbers go up. The other number that's a little bit discerning here is for gasoline and motor fuel collections. The tax there, they're under collected, meaning they're down 3.7 million, which that affects our gasoline taxes that and fuel taxes that come to us in the form of state aid, and affects what Gary LaForgie can spend mowing the highways and et cetera. So just to give you a little comparison, I don't have any answers there, but we are definitely running behind the state, and that's not helping our overall budget at this time.
Mr. LaFoon,
Yes.
in regards to the itemized area as far as revenues, just got a couple of questions.
Okay.
Notice that we're going to be down as far as city facilities quite a bit, and also police fines and forfeitures.
Yes,
Are
and
we-
Chief Kendrick will address on the police fines and forfeitures a little bit later, but basically, if I might at this time, maybe ask the mayor to interject what the decision he has made on RoboCop, which previously was budgeted at $400,000.
Got two sources of revenue through the PD as far as traffic. Number one is the red light cameras, which we have at 6 locations, perhaps 5 or 6 locations, most of them on the bypass. Prior to the state legislation that was passed last year, the city arbitrarily took off the fine for right turn without stopping, because obviously we didn't show any catastrophic accidents occurring with a right turn on red. Then the state came probably about 3 months later and mandated that element be taken away from the fines. So obviously the revenue is down substantially on the red light cameras. And as far as the mobile speed van, revenue has dropped substantially on it, and that's a good thing. I think people are beginning to obey the traffic laws and the speed limits that we have. However, we have seen an increase in fatalities on our city streets over the past 2 years. And with the revenue that we have coming in, you know, there's nothing quite like being stopped and facing your accuser. If you're late for work or late for an appointment and you're within 5 minutes of making it there and you get stopped by a radar unit, then you're probably looking at an hour late, and you're able to face your accuser, look at the speed radar unit to see what you were doing, see what your speed limit was at the time. So we have right now, and we're proposing that the mobile speed van be eliminated at the end of June. That's when our contract expires. Also on the red light cameras, the ATF or what is it? Yeah, ATS. They're the firm that supplies the equipment. They get the revenue portion of those fines. They have indicated on the red light cameras is that we would have to, if we renewed the contract for just the cameras for next year, that we would have to guarantee them payment in the amount of what? $5,300 per month. And if people are obeying the red lights, obviously not running the red lights and not being photographed for doing so, then we're going to pay for our citizens behaving themselves at our traffic lights, regardless of how many tickets. So right now, we're proposing to council that both those contracts be allowed to expire at the end of June. That will affect our revenue to a certain extent, but not to the extent that it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when we had implemented the citation on right turn on red.
Question on that. You're saying we're going to do away with the RoboCop as well as the traffic lights?
Well, it's not our choice on the traffic light cameras. I think
You think that's going to cost us money if we keep the traffic light cameras?
Yeah, it'll end up, I mean, we've got to assure the manufacturer and the people who maintain those cameras that we will pay them $5,300 per month regardless if we have citations in the amount of $2,000 a month. And I just can't, I can't envision, having to pay them if our citizens are being law-abiding citizens for them to maintain the cameras. The cameras, however, I will say this, provide a lot of data in accident situations. Really, there's no guessing, no reconstruction of accidents at intersections, because they do have the format of a video, which you can see very vividly how the accident occurred, and that's been very productive for us. But still, with the mandate that we guarantee each month the payment of $5,300 for the camera, I don't think it's in the best interest of the city.
Okay, and on the RoboCop, there's no mandate on how much we've got to pay them?
No mandate
And
on
that is
it.
helping control speeding?
Well, if you see the van, obviously.
You listen to 105.
If you don't see it,
Listen to the radio and know where it is.
Right.
That's right.
yeah, and it's being exploited to a certain extent, and I think we all, object to that. But on the fact is we've had it for, what's a 5-year contract or 3-year contract?
I guess my concern is that we're adding 10 new police officers, we're gonna have some, additional expenses in the department, and the RoboCop is doing its job and helping control speeding, and also provides a small amount of revenue for the city, that maybe we shouldn't do away with it. And on the traffic, or the stoplight cameras, I'd like to see an hour or know at least what we're collecting on those per month, as well as what we're expended, and make sure that we're actually gonna be losing money on those. If we're losing money, naturally, we wanna.
Well, I don't think there's any way of knowing if we're going to lose money. I think we're collecting pretty close to now what they have indicated that we will pay them each month. If we happen to fall below that amount in fines, which hopefully we will, people will obey the law and not go through those red lights, then we're going to have to take that payment out of somewhere, take it out of the general fund in order to meet their requirement for a new contract.
If the contract ends, are we responsible for the takedown of the equipment at the
No, I think they
stoplights?
come and get it, don't they? They come and get their equipment and take it back. We have tried to negotiate with them for a number of months as far as the revenue part of it, even though obviously our intent is to try to save lives. And for some strange reason, the past 2 years, even with the red light cameras and the mobile speed van, our fatalities have increased. So, I think you have to look at the credibility of both those and simply ask yourself, are they productive in saving lives rather than using the dollar as justification for maintaining them? I think, again, with the police officers that we're maintaining and our traffic division, I think we'll be able to increase our radar units in our vehicles, and hopefully still try to keep our people at a reasonable speed in order to protect themselves.
Mayor, is this the only company?
Ms. White, the only company?
Have we contacted them?
We have an existing contract, and I think in order to we can certainly look at other companies to come in and install their equipment, to see if the revenue part. But again, I think our effort is to try to save lives in our city.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, I think the mayor just said, though, that it hasn't worked.
Right.
We may have gotten some revenue, but there've been more accidents, and different kinds of accidents than before, and more fatalities. So the traffic cameras have not worked.
And I wish I had the answer on why that was occurring, but it is. And if we forget about the revenue side and think about protection of our citizens, then obviously it has not been a huge deterrent for our traffic crashes and fatalities on our city streets.
Is that traffic crashes and fatalities, or just fatalities? I thought it was happening with traffic crashes.
I don't know the answer to that, Councilman. Maybe Chief Kendrick can help us as far as the total number of crashes, but I think they've also escalated, and the number of fatalities escalated over the past 2 years.
I think the purpose of the traffic cameras at those intersections, because they were the intersections with the most fatalities and had the highest number of traffic, has fatalities decreased at those intersections, I think would be the question, whether they're effective or not.
And I suppose Chief Kendrick and his
He'll
traffic
be here
division
later.
can
We
get
can address
give that
that too.
information to you. Yeah.
Going back to Charles's comments, that basically answers or addresses the police fines and forfeitures. The buildings, and I know Mose will be here later, but basically, we took the revenue down on the Omen Arena. because with the NAIA gone, I think we're basically down, Karen, to bull riding and WWE wrestling, 2 events for the whole year. There just isn't a lot of revenue there because of the building's limitations on sound and et cetera.
And I will say this, as far as Oman Arena, obviously Madison Academic is looking for a home for their physical education and their athletic program. And up until about 3 years ago, we had a standing agreement with the Jackson-Madison County School System where they paid roughly half the utilities at Oman Arena. The superintendent at that time decided after looking at the numbers and the way Madison was using it at that time, that agreement be canceled, which we did. That facilitated, obviously, the arena picking up all the utility expenses. Now we have been asked by the Financial Management Committee, the Budget Committee for the county, to look at that again. So we have a number in front of either the Budget Committee or Financial Management Committee to re-implement that agreement. And I think that agreement is for $80,000 a year as far as payment on utilities, which was where it was about 3 years ago.
Does the age and the size of the building keep us from drawing?
Promoters will anchor their equipment because of the way that it's built. I mean, that's why we can't have concerts there and things like that. It's just unstable, and Mo's going to address that more this afternoon.
Sure. I think, Charles, as far as the building itself, we get good compliments at NAIA time, which we won't have anymore, but from visiting teams and everything. But if you sit across the court from where the announcer is, you have trouble understanding who shot what. You know.
I think the biggest factor is obviously the lack of concerts, which can be helped in the arena because of the structural steel roofing. It does have a weight load, and obviously the sound equipment, lighting equipment from some of these larger shows now, they call it fly, means hanging from the ceiling. And obviously that is not, that can't happen because of the weight limits on which that ceiling can hold. And they have to put all the sound and lighting equipment on the stage, which blocks a large number of seats.
Thank you.
The other items, as Charles was going down and looking at the larger red items, meaning decreases, we do have some decreases, significant decreases here in federal grants, and some of those Chief Kendrick will address later. The increase here is basically netting out the Southern Bypass $3.5 million increase that we've placed in the budget, that I would like someone to entertain a motion before we adjourn today to take out that grant, because only $92,000 of it is relevant, and it distorts the numbers. Only $92,000, is that right, Stan, pertains to what we can do in the current year. So by taking out the grant, it does not endanger the availability of the funds at all.
Is now an appropriate time to do that?
Yes.
So move.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to strike $3.5 million from the budget, simply because not one to be used and will not be used until that project is approved. Any discussion, council? Council, please vote.
Is it all right?
And the motion passes with 8 members in favor, 1 against.
Now, before you get off that page,
Yes.
go back up to the top there. On the city beer tax, we're showing a $220,000 increase, a 13% increase. And also on the liquor tax, is about a 10% increase. Numbers come from the state, or?
No, it just comes from where we're tracking this year.
Okay, so we're actually up this year.
Yes.
This is compared to prior year's budget.
Right.
So I'm drinking more beer, so we're getting more money.
Yeah. This year's budget is not that humorous, or I would have said something like that.
On the federal grants, a lot of the ERA stimulus money that was implemented by the federal administration, those are expiring this year, so that's why you see such a large decrease. The Juvenile and Safe Neighborhood Grant, the COPS Hiring Grant, the reentry grant. And Councilman Wallace, the 10 officers are not 10 new officers. Those are 10 officers under a grant currently.
I
And part of
understand
the-
that,
So I just want to
right,
make
yeah.
sure.
But 10 officers, we're now funded that we
We will
weren't previously
fund
funded.
because the grant has
Right.
expired, correct, and that is an obligation of the grant.
Right.
Okay, we're moving along faster than I anticipated here, and we may have to make some phone calls to get some people here. But basically, from the revenues, we want to address, starting with the expenses. And of course, administration and general government are first on the list. And if we turn to, which would be in your book there, about the third or fourth, it's actually page 4. If you wish to, and again, we're trying to do this in the most simplistic way possible. If you wish to address any line item on here, finance and accounting, Karen can address, Susan is here for purchasing. I guess we just need to say, are there any questions that, and I think Karen does have a comment.
Yeah, I do have a comment. On the information system where you see a 39.9% increase, there is a keying error. There is a internal line item service charge to others, which should be a negative instead of a positive. So that is actually a decrease in that budget. That's an internal service charge such as we do at the garage, and that was input into the budget as a positive instead of a negative. So there is no increase in that department. I do want to clarify that for you.
So as we normally do, we set up Karen sets up a spreadsheet with changes that we're going to make from this session to the final session. So that'll be the first, well, it'll be the second one, because we already voted for the grant,
Those 2 grants.
the 2 grants. And how much is that, Karen, roughly, that your correcting entry will be? Is that 100?
It's 120-something thousand. It'll decrease by.
But isn't that twice?
Yes, so 240.
240, something like that. So but we'll have that on a spreadsheet for you to see. Are there any other departments, let's say, that you want to address in here? As you can see, most of the increases are all small in nature, or if the dollars are small, then sometimes the percent is large, but. I was gonna let Stan do that one.
When you're asking this, Al, are we still going to have the department heads come in and kind of review their budgets so we can ask them?
That's what I'm
specific
saying right now, that's the time for you. If you want to ask Karen anything about finance or accounting or information systems, or if you want to call Susan up, I think we also have hopefully someone from personnel here, risk management. Now is the time to do that. I'm just saying the changes are so small because basically we just held them to a flat budget. In other words, personnel, 0.78% increase. Risk management, 1.75%.
And I will tell you, for these small departments, part of the increase for them is the increase in the insurance cost that the city will be paying because of the increase. And one of the things I think that risk management will address is there will also be an increase in cost passed on to the employees. Individual coverage per month will increase by $10 on what they pay out of their checks, and family coverage will increase by $20 with the city picking up the rest. So some of the increases for the small departments, just the increase in benefits for insurance coverage.
What are the increases for the accounting and finance?
That again is just the benefits increase, and then also on the finance side, a little bit on increase of the audit fees. That hasn't escalated just a little bit. It goes up each year, and that's where the audit fees are paid for out of that department.
So Charles, basically what Karen has done, let's say if we have a $1.2 million increase in our medical insurance, that goes into the, well, first off, the city pays what, 72%? And the employee pays 28%. But if you take the 72% times the 1.2 million, then that would be a number that she would fold into her employee benefits percent, which is 40% roughly. And then it's spread by the number of employees you have, their salaries, et cetera.
We did have a 0.14 reduction in our TCRS rate, so TCRS did go down just a little bit. But we'll take anything we can get.
So the total cut to the administration is what?
There's actually a
Increase, right?
to administration shown here, but Karen has qualified that in that she's going to adjust this $310,000 increase. In fact, I think, Karen, it wipes that all total.
It does.
Pretty much takes
Takes
it
it
all
Takes it
out.
off.
Actually,
So
you'll
there
see a
won't be-
negative when we redo
Okay.
our second budget here, and you'll see a negative
Okay.
there.
Okay,
On
thank
the,
you.
on the insurance expenses, have we looked at not self-insuring any time here lately? Whether that would be beneficial to the city to not self-insure,
To not self-insure.
actually just purchase insurance?
Not to my knowledge. Mayor, would you want to
What was the
comment
question?
on,
Sorry.
on that question from Randy?
Have we looked at not self-insuring any time recently, purchasing insurance instead of self-insurance, I think was your question.
Yes. Or should we? I guess the question, should we look at that sometime?
At privately provided insurance?
Yes.
Rather than being self-insured. We have a great little group who can do that, and they're pretty proficient at it, and that's our insurance committee made up mainly of city employees. No department heads are part of that, and they've done a great job in keeping us solvent on our medical. We can look at it. I can tell you in the past, as far as the plan itself, it is far less. It would be far less, I think, from any company versus what we have now. But it's something we certainly look at.
Randy, going back to the '08 year when Mayor Gist came over, roughly that year, we had 7.2 million in total health claims. And the mayor brought in Keith, and also we switched from Health Partners to Blue Cross Blue Shield, and for 2 years, we were down at 5.7 million. We had made tremendous progress as far as controlling our health insurance. But there are some things that you can't control, and that's as to whether somebody has a heart transplant or, is on a cancer treatment with very expensive drugs. They're things that it wouldn't matter, I don't think, if we were subcontracting this out or self-insured.
And I will tell you, and I'm sure risk management will address this, in '08 is when we put in the clinic, that's when we contracted out the clinic. The data on the clinic shows that our employees are utilizing the clinic. So we've cut down on probably ER or doctor visits where they might have gone for flu, cold, shots, physicals, those kinds of things. But as Al said, this year, we've been hit with a lot of large claims for cases such as he referenced there. And that's what's hit us hard. And, if you compare it to the data 2 years ago, it went way down because we pay $250,000 a year for the clinic, which covers all of our wellness and physicals and as all the visits. And it covers it for not only city employees, but their family members. So the utilization of the clinic has definitely helped. We also looked at our drug cost. Keith Patterson does a good job for us, is trying to look to see if our employees are using generics when can, and also the maintenance drugs and those types of things. But again, this year, we've just been hit with several large claims, and that could spike from year to year.
Certainly, I'm sorry.
That was the reason I was asking, is that you don't know, and then, buying insurance to do that, whether we want to be partially self-insured and maybe, have a catastrophic policy on top of that, or whether we better off, just, it couldn't hurt to look at it at least if we haven't in several years.
We do have reinsurance when we reach a max, and on 3 of our claims this year, we have been reimbursed by our reinsurance, which has helped offset that. So we do have that as a blanket to help us for those large claims. And again, that's why we have the reserves in case we do have those spike years. So, and our employee committee did a good job at raising the deductibles a few years ago, which was a tough thing for them to do, their own coworkers, but they chose to refine the plan so that they could keep the cost affordable. And of course, when they go to the doctor, it might cost a little more, but they also wanted to try to control abuse by their city employees. So
Certainly, employee longevity is important, but as our employees get older, do we see this as a continual large increasing trend, you think, or?
well, that was discussed in one of our committee meetings not too long ago, and that is the fact. As one ages, you do have more health issues, as all of you are well aware of with aging parents and those types of things. So, yes, more than likely, that is part of what we're seeing, is our aging workforce costing a little more for medical costs.
Is there anything that we can put into place that would help us down the road? Wave the magic wand?
I wish we could. I mean, that is something that the insurance committee could discuss and we can look at. I know risk management does a good job of trying to track our claims, and with Keith Patterson's assistance, you know, looking at where we are with prescriptions and doctor visits. He can break it down by ER visits, hospital visits, outpatient, inpatient. We have all that data available to us monthly. And again, sometimes somebody goes in, as you're aware of, and they don't even realize they've got some type of blockage in their
Right.
heart and those kinds of
Right.
things. So we do the best we can. We've also had the health fair, I think now for 3 years, where we've encouraged wellness, and I think many of you have attended that. So we have done Weight Watchers with our employees. We have tried to make available to them a quality and wellness way of life as much as possible. But again, individual choices is beyond
Yeah.
our control.
Yeah, life happens, so.
It does.
Yeah, the increase obviously in the health is, it can be nailed to one particular item, or those, some of them retired, some of them not, those catastrophic illnesses which, you know, which happens, and they have to be paid for, and our employees understand that. We would pay for the ones who are well, who are well now, if they were to get into a catastrophic situation. So,
I would like to bring up Stacy Stone here from our Risk Management Department to answer any questions about our current arrangement with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and also what we're going to be doing as far as the employees picking up some additional costs. Can you elaborate?
Well, the insurance committee did meet, and what we had decided to do was to increase the employee cost $10 a month for individual plans and $20 a month for family plans. So it's not too much of an increase there. So, but it will help since we did have such expense this year in claims.
Do we have any options for any incentivized plans, such as joining a health club or things like that?
I'm sorry?
Any incentivized plans in that healthcare package?
They have the opportunity to enroll in gym memberships. Is that what you? Yes, through the personnel department, and the city does pay a portion of those memberships.
Might want to address the wellness discounts also.
Yes. We do have a wellness program that we encourage the employees to do. We've had that for several years. So they have the opportunity to go over to the clinic that we contract with and get their annual wellness checkup. And the incentive for that is that they get discounts on their health insurance. So they can get up to $35 a month. If they have single coverage, they can get a discount in that amount if they qualify. If they have family coverage, they can save up to $60 a month off of their health insurance premium. They can also go to their regular doctor. They don't have to go to the clinic, because under our health insurance plan with Blue Cross, they do get 100% coverage on preventative. So those are all ways that we just try to catch things early so that there's not a catastrophic claim later, but you can't catch everything, I guess.
Well, the thing that concerns me, I know it's just $20 a month, but they're not getting a salary increase, so they're going to make less next year.
Yeah, I know, I don't think it's anything anybody wanted to do, but felt like it had to be done in order to continue the coverage.
What I tried to emphasize there, Vicki, was that of the, let's say it was $1 million or $1.2 million increase, the city is picking up 72% of that, and they're picking up 28%. Is that how we got to adding to their numbers? But the hope has always been, since Mayor Gist has been here, to build up a reserve where we could go the other way.
Exactly.
But some of these expenses are uncontrollable. And Randy, I'll be glad to send you what Keith Patterson does for us, because it's got every single number and percentage that you could ever want to know as far as where we've come from and where we compare with others.
Yeah, I knew that over the last several years particularly, that the insurance cost for the city has, you know, they've done a great job on reducing it. I knew
Yes.
that, but I also just, you know, don't know whether it's been looked at or whether it should be looked at. And, you know, something to at least consider.
maybe a good idea on our second reading is to have Keith here to where he can address
Stacy, would you?
what we're doing and how we're doing it, and again, the healthcare cost is each and every year, and this year, and none of us like it. I don't like it. I know the council does not like it. We're basically asking our employees to take less money home each pay period, and that's hard to deal with, but we're hopeful, again, extremely hopeful, by the end of this calendar year, November, December, we'll have a better idea once we deal with FEMA, see where healthcare goes. We're proposing an increase in our solid waste disposal for a number of reasons, and we're still hopeful by the end of this calendar year we'll be able to come back and make some adjustments to this budget.
Well, you know, the thing is that the healthy people, of course, are going to have to pay more for those who are not so healthy, and that's the way of any insurance, I know that, but is there any thought ever been placed on certain caps on catastrophic illnesses?
I don't know that can be done. We used to have a $2 million cap on any person, but when healthcare reform happened, that we had to change that to unlimited.
Okay.
We will get Keith Patterson here.
Yeah,
for
I think it'd be a good
the
idea.
next session. Any other questions for Stacy? I know she'll be glad to sit down. All right.
Sure.
Just looking back here at, I don't think anybody has questioned about the reentry grant coming down. Do we have someone who will speak to that, or Karen, can you address that?
Most of you know what the reentry grant was. It's where Mayor Gist wanted to implement the Second Chance program, which has been very successful in our community. And I will state, while this grant is ending, it will expire. We have enough funds basically to get us through October, November of this year, so we have an extension. But we are applying for a new grant to continue this program. So
When will we know about that grant, Karen?
they just submitted that application like 2 weeks ago. So I'm hoping that we'll know something. Again, it's in the federal grant, so their budget year, of course, is October 1 to September 30, so
Yeah,
hopefully.
probably sometime in October. Wouldn't.
By the time it runs out.
Yeah, hopefully.
And we will, when Karen does her adjustment here, this will show a decrease in total administration. We'll get you that number. If we come on down to general government, and I'm just going to kind of cherry pick, and then you can ask detailed questions, but the $225,000 decrease in employee benefits, Karen, would you want to address what makes up that number?
Sure. You may remember that the city has a benefit called terminal leave, that when an employee retires, they can have 1/2 of what is in their sick leave bank as a check to actually carry with them. The city voted to implement a resolution where our public safety now are mandated to retire at certain ages. And those payments for terminal leave payments was up for the last couple of years because we had an onslaught of many that reached the 60, 62 mark that had to retire in our public safety division. However, the numbers that have been provided from personnel from Ms. Henning show that this next year there will be a decrease in the number that are required to retire. That does not mean that others cannot choose to retire, but based upon these numbers, we feel that we can adjust this for our terminal leave payments, and that's where you see this reduction.
Looking at the other numbers, I'd like to come on down to transfer to other agencies and other general government. And of course, that $3 million credit that's shown in red there, the main contributor to that was that, you know, this year that we're currently in, we had the Lambeth buyout at roughly $2 million. So that's the main contributing factor. But if you want to look at, on your books, if you look at the bottom of page 13, where it starts out with appropriations to the library, I think
This
it
will
would
be in your expense section for general
expense
fund.
section, yes. I think it'd be beneficial if we went through there and explained what we did. At the bottom of page 13 in the expense section, right under insurance, it starts out appropriations to library.
Expense sections.
I'll ask Karen to explain the appropriations to library, that decrease of 11%, because we really can't touch the maintenance of effort portion, but the 60,000, would you want to explain?
Sure. As you may recall, the city and the county have been paying part of the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement payments on behalf of the library. And that is $10,090 a month that the city has been paying, and that will not be paid this next year. We've been paying for 6 months, the county has been paid for 6 months. And so we've taken out the portion that the city was paying for the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement payments on behalf of the library.
That's, we caught up that old payment that we hadn't made, so we,
We did.
okay.
But we left the others untouched right along. And you can see appropriations to EMA worked out a perfect 3.49 or 3.5%. Transfers to the CRA, this is basically the TIF transfer. And for this year, it was $104,000 versus what I had previously budgeted at $126,000. Stan and I still have some questions to go over with Francis Hunley's office as to the scope of what they included in that district. But that's basically what I did, was use this year's number and say that it would repeat in last year, because unless we can identify some new project like the medical office building or something that's going to bring in tax revenue incremental, it's hard to justify adding to that. And when the hospital does building of their own, that is not taxable. You know, they do not pay property taxes. But in the case of the medical office building, Stan, I believe there was a company down in Florida that built that and runs that, and the hospital and the Jackson County Police from them. So we do collect property taxes there.
How are the other TIF districts doing now?
Well, we'll talk about that when we get to the Sportsplex, but they're doing as planned. In other words, Exit 85 is growing, as you can see when you pass by and you see grocery stores and businesses and things that are growing. The problem with Exit 85 is that there's a lot of appeals going on as far as the valuation, and so it hasn't grown as much.
I didn't mean to jump ahead.
We'll talk about that. If you go over to page 14, you can see that this year, the item there that says transfer to capital, whereas the year that we're in, currently we had budgeted $1,688,000, and that was basically to fund all of the miscellaneous capital expense, claw trucks, backhoes, et cetera, that weren't in the borrowed funds. You know, the borrowed funds, that $10 million, were basically for a fire station, for 900 and some odd thousand for police cars, and a Quint at 250,000, the Quint being a fire truck, 650,000, excuse me. So these were the other funds. This year, the mayor's intent was basically, at first, not to allow any new capital coming out of the general fund. But we had to replace some turnout, or have some turnout gear for the new firemen in the new Station 7. We had to replace bulletproof vests, and we needed some additional money above and beyond what we had borrowed for the fire station. So that's the $400,000. But it's a far cry from what we normally look at $1.5 million coming out of the general fund going to capital. But we're no longer in a position to do that. Then you see appropriations to JTA, that's down 3.5%, as we said. Airport down 3.5%.
Let me, while we're on those two, I think we can expect sometime during November, December. And again, that's the time period that I feel like we'll know a lot more about a revenue stream that JTA will be requesting an additional, I think, $55,000 in order for them to maintain their night service. I think they run now until 10 or 10:30. A lot of people use JTA to get back and forth to work that are on second shift and whatever. And the airport, I think, will probably be coming, I'm not for sure of their amount, but it's going to be reflective of a portion of federal funding which will be available. And I think, as in JTA's case, the $55,000 that they'll be requesting will turn into $500,000 because it's a match, and the same situation with the airport. Yeah, the airport be $40,000. So
40,750.
Okay, so I think both these will be coming back. From what I understand, they'll be okay until up into the year after the budget year. And again, I think hopefully by November or December, we'll know a little bit more about our fund balance at the end of this year when the auditors finish with our budget. And we'll know a little bit more about FEMA. We'll know a little bit more about our healthcare cost, and hopefully at that time, we'll have some budget amendments before council to go ahead and approve these requests, and feel fairly comfortable in doing it.
On the airport, we've got 2 line items. Why don't we have 2 separate line items? Corporation Airport. Is there
Towers,
diff-
isn't it?
One is their towers and one is their operating
Yeah.
costs that we send to them for a monthly basis,
Yeah.
so.
The small one is their towers that for some reason was broken out separately, our support of those towers.
Okay, is that gonna be ongoing here on out, or is it limited to a number of years, or,
It's ongoing.
should we just combine that then, just part of there?
I think this was at the airport's request that it be broken out
Right.
separate. This has been, I can check and see, but this has been here for years and years, and I believe it was at their request that it be, because of the
I
way
mean, we
they
can send
apply
them
for
2
their.
checks for their
Yeah.
point, but I
But I
guess.
think
we-
it's because of the way that they provide the documentation from the city to their federal administrators.
Okay.
Coming right on down from that, Randy, you can see the appropriations to other agencies. And from time to time, we've referred to this as joint funding. But let me see if I can get this all on one screen here. Basically, you see it shows like a 47% decrease, but you have to look at what makes up that decrease. First off, the Youthtown item that we amended the budget and added to for this year was a one-time only, so $175,000 comes out in the new budget. And then Jackson General Hospital has requested that they now own the Therapy and Learning Center, that they be taken off the funding, so that was another $18,000 that comes off. So that skews what we were really trying to do at 3.5%. You can see everything else. Basically, I think I'm safe in saying here that we took down 3.5%. Then we did end up with a little residual, because either mathematically I didn't do it right, or I assumed some things here in taking these 2 out. But basically, we have reduced every agency on here by 3.5% and taken out 2 majors. And we're down to 216,000.
What's
Go ahead.
What's the designated funds at the last one?
That's what I said, it's a plug number. I didn't take out enough out of the total. So if you want to amend the budget to take this down $6,485.64 more, we could do that, because these agencies were all reduced to 3.5%.
Okay.
Sounds like a great time for a 15-minute recess.
We'll
As long
have
as our rules, we've been on.
5,248.
Okay, we'll reconvene the council. Now, where were we?
Well, we were addressing the appropriations to other agencies, the joint funding. I think
It's time to do
I
it.
think everyone had asked their questions on that.
Councilman Wallace, would you have a motion on the funding for other agencies?
He's not listening, I'll make that motion.
Somebody punch Councilman Wallace.
You have a motion, Councilman Wallace?
Do you have a motion you'd like to make on funding to other agents?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Seeing as we've got the Therapy and Learning Center, that we no longer have to fund of 18.3 or 16.8 or whatever amount you look at, I would like to recommend that we take that, the funds that the city have saved, and allocate funding of $10,000 to RIFA, $4,154 to the Faith Health Center, and $1,500 to the Hub City Golf Association.
Second.
We'll
There's a
continue to
motion.
leave the other agencies reduced by 3.5%, just like we did all the other city.
I understand. I don't have a problem with that.
Could you repeat that again? The amounts?
They're on your sheet.
You got
Yeah,
this
it's on the
sheet?
sheet,
You just kind of, the last three, that sheet a little
the
bit.
yellow with the blue.
So what,
Recommended, we fund the bottom three agencies, those numbers. 10,000 to RIFA, 4,154 to the Faith Health Center, and 1,500 to Hub City Golf Association.
Ms. Bell, did you get those
This,
numbers?
this also reflects the 3.5 reduction?
That's correct.
Okay.
Ms. Bell, did you get
Yeah, I'm not
those numbers?
recommending we change anything that's already in the city's budget.
Okay.
Okay.
So you are recommending that we add some, but it's still gonna be a 3.5 reduction, is that correct?
Actually, it'll be a little bit more than 3.5 total, but for each individual agency,
Okay.
it'll be 3.5,
Okay.
yes, that's correct.
Would you, Councilman Wild, would you go over that allocation of the agencies, three agencies, once again?
RIFA, $10,000.
Okay.
Faith Healing, $4,154?
Okay, the sheet we have, okay.
Okay.
And Hub City Golf Association.
1,500, yes, sir.
Okay, everyone understand the motion? We have a motion and a second.
I just want to clarify the amounts of the existing groups were the amounts from last year minus 3.5%.
That's right.
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 Just remove that last column on that sheet of the additional 5.
So there are no new ones on here?
Yeah, there'll be
Yes.
some new ones.
There'll be
Yeah.
some new ones.
If this
Three.
is approved.
Right, those are the ones that were recommended by the,
The ones we voted
nonprofit
on last
review.
month, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Additional discussion? Council, please vote.
Hot dog, I forgot. Use your right hand,
Oh, I'm sorry. That motion passes with 7 members in favor
I
and
forgot. I'll
1
get it next time.
abstaining.
Okay?
Brain got to tell me.
The other area that we need to look at as far as grants, donations, appropriations, is the 720 account, as I refer to it. And basically here, we also reduced the Arts Council, the Symphony, the downtown development by 3.5%. We did not reduce project graduations because there wouldn't be too much left. And quite frankly, not all of these are utilized anyway. We do budget for that. We did not reduce the $75,000 chamber because I believe, Mayor, that was a commitment that we, along with the county and others, have made. So we did not reduce that. We did reduce Madison Can and West Tennessee Basin Authority. So we applied the 3.5% to 90% of everything there. And then, of course, this is the discretionary fund where, up to the mayor's discretion, we get requests day in, day out for small donations of 500 here and 1,000 there. So we have 91,000 left for that, whereas previously we had 98,000. So I think I could say, other than project graduation and the chamber's capital program, everything else was reduced 3.5%. Okay. Are there any other questions then as far as general government and administration? Or if not, we'll move on, and we might have to skip around a little bit.
One question before you go.
Yes.
The transfer to other funds, 67,920, which funds did that go to? What's that for?
67,920.
The last item in,
772.
Transfer to other funds, that's 67,920.
Of course, we don't have it.
You know, I
There's
can't think of
nothing
what that
budgeted
is.
in this year.
well, then let's not give it to them.
The budget is zero.
Budget zero, there's nothing budgeted.
We took it out, whatever it was.
Okay, but we don't know what it was from last year.
I'll have to refresh my memory.
Well, I guess we didn't give it to them either.
Right.
Okay, so I'm fine on that.
Now, somebody else,
We budgeted, we didn't give it to them, we're not gonna give it to them again this year, that sounds good to me.
Told you you needed decaf.
We need a little humor here. Charles had asked a question right above that, how the TIF programs were working. The one right above that, where it says appropriations to the IDB, Industrial Development Board, that's for the Exit 85 TIF, and you can see that growth there, because we had budgeted 151,000, and due to the growth at Exit 85, it actually came in at 246,000. It would be even higher if it weren't for the appeals that are currently in place on Parkstone and that surrounding area. So the TIF is working very well out at Exit 85 because obviously it's a growth area. For the TIF to work in the Lambeth area, the CRA has to take a lot of actions that private businesses would not be taking on their own.
Al, you've indicated that there's apparently some discussion going on in regards to the boundaries of the TIF district. Evidently, you commented something about Ms. Hunley.
Oh, well, the calculation, I said boundaries, but we disagree, and Stan is not here right now. We have audited what they gave us, and we have found some that we thought were outside him using his GPS, Stan, you know, what the area should be. So, yes, there are some questions on the boundaries.
Okay.
On the districts, the funding for we've got 3 districts now, TIF districts.
Yes.
Sportsplex,
Right.
East.
Exit 85.
Okay.
It's not Sportsplex.
Okay, Exit 85. You called it Sportsplex earlier, which is still be on.
Okay.
But where, the funding for those, do they all show up as the revenue all comes into the city and then we just distribute it out? Or does some of that revenue go directly?
No,
We-
it comes into the city.
Okay. And are we separating that on our financial statements here so we'll know which one it's from? Because that's what throws me off a little bit, is we've got transfer to CRA, and I guess that's District 2, that's
East
where the
Jackson.
new wellness center is being built in that area.
No,
That's
that's
District
it.
one.
And then appropriation to
District 1.
IDBA,
That's
is that?
District 1.
Do what?
Where the wellness center is being built, I believe, is District 1.
It is.
Two is East Jackson.
Okay. Where's the District 1 being shown then?
It was on the other page.
I hadn't found it.
Okay, here we are.
Where is it?
What page, Councilman?
It's at the bottom of page 13.
13?
It's
Where we were a
transfer to
while ago.
CRA District 1.
Okay. And then
104,000.
IDBA is Exit 85.
Right.
Okay.
And we haven't budgeted for the District 2 yet because we haven't received anything from Francis Hunley's office to show us an increase.
Okay.
This will be the first year for District 2, right?
I'm supposed to be expecting.
In other words,
So we have all
last year
three of
was
those
a base
separated.
year. So if there are no further questions there, we'll go on to other operating and capital budgets, but I would like to address a question that Ernest had before. As soon as Ernest gets through with his private meeting.
Sir?
You had asked a question about the FEMA
Yes.
claims and what we're doing. And just to give you a synopsis here, because, and it might seem simple, like, well, somebody screwed up, didn't do this or that, but there are 48 individual projects that each one is assigned a number, a PW number, and you wouldn't believe the detail that goes into collecting the information for these 48 different projects. Some projects, for example, might have 7 or 8 streets involved in the one project, so it's multiple. But here's where we are. We were approved by FEMA for $1,068,000, and as I noted before, they only approved $740,000 for the first phase, the scope of Omen. We are appealing $2,007,000, and $1,008,000 of that is tied to Omen Arena. And right now, it is too soon to say that we're not going to get those monies because they are really first, we had our first visit, Karen, when you say in the last 12 months, our first visit, past week or two.
The first visit was March 27th, and then they came back.
Right. But I mean, just recently, they haven't been back to look at us for well over a year.
I'd like a copy of that as well,
Sure.
if I could.
I would too.
Okay.
You know, surely I'm not here to say that I'm not here to point fingers or, you know, blame anyone, but to understand, again, how we got here, and more importantly, what we can do to alleviate or avoid the problem in the future, I think is the most important.
Point is well taken, and the point that I tried to make is that Karen has handled the 2011 damage, and we've already received our money on that.
And I would like to say, I did not do that on my own. I would like to give kudos to the street department, health and sanitation. I had 2 individuals in those departments that worked phenomenal well, and the 3 of us working together got the information in. They did a dynamic job out in the field collecting information so that I could file PWs in the financial report. So again, I want to give kudos to those 2 departments.
So is it just more so information gathering exercise that we could improve on, and that's where we saw?
Most definitely, and we have made notes, and I have asked the mayor with his permission to be involved actively in the future. There was just some miscommunication. We were trying to get things done as any disaster when it
Sure.
hits, you try to take care of things, and just some things didn't get done. That's one department thought another one was handled, and it was a collection of things that we have learned from, and I can assure you will not happen again.
So you're coordinating that, basically.
With the mayor's direction, with the departments that are out of the field with public works, but we are making sure the financial data is collected, and I have asked to be involved in that. And as I said, 2011 went much better. Mr. Dawson has also been very effective in pulling those because he's able to get out and about. For all he is, Sam Dawson is a miracle man around here. But he has worked very diligent, and he was not involved in the 2010 either. So we have learned from our mistakes, and I can assure you that our commitment is it will not happen.
So Karen, like, are you saying that you'd have a plan from now on and that different people would be designated to do different things from different departments, but you'll
And
coordinate it
again,
all?
In 2010,
Yeah.
we thought we had that, it was just some information dropped along the way, and one thought another one had turned it in, and so we are assuring that that will not happen again. We have key people in our public works departments that know when disaster hits, what information we need. They have attended FEMA workshops, and are much better informed now, so I think we will not see that happen.
So
And
it's
if I
a
may, too,
disaster
I'm
relief
sorry.
administrative plan. Okay.
If I may too, FEMA has made a concerted effort to try to get that information out. We're not the only city who is in this position.
You know, if you talk to Nashville, Tennessee, they're
Right.
experiencing much of what we are. We're signing different seminars and meetings with some of the
Right.
financial people. So we are not the only one that are being denied things such as the bridge and those.
Right, and I understand that and know that as well, and we appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
You can take those catastrophic events, and obviously this is the first flood we've had in a number of years, and Nashville, of course, experienced the same thing. The 2011 was mainly high winds, and we've been there, done that, and that's why, obviously, through the help of some good people, that was no problem. The flooding is totally a different animal. And during that process, we've had a number of FEMA representatives come in. They would leave, go to another catastrophic event, then we'd have a replacement. So we saw 3 or 4 different groups of FEMA representatives come in, and they all had a different opinion on what we could do and what we should do. So that has been a continuing problem, and it's no fault of theirs. I mean, they have to go to the events and start working search and rescue and other stuff, but it's been a real trial.
Okay. Leaving the general government area, coming down into the operating capital budgets, Chief Kendrick is attending a function at the sheriff's department's request, and he'll be available after lunch.
Yeah.
I believe.
We got the fire department
Fire
here.
department is
Damn.
here, so,
Maxie, David, y'all come on up.
yes. Karen, what page does fire start on so they can tune in?
Good morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
Start page 30. Page 30.
I knew you did something on vacation.
What is it?
Page 30.
And it's page 6 in the budget ordinance, which details the fire department by department within the fire department. And I'll let Chief Stewart here answer questions, or he may want to take us in one direction, see where we go. That's up to you.
I'll just take any questions y'all have. The biggest difference in our budget is due to Station 7 and additional personnel. I'm basically a very frugal person, so I can guarantee you we're not trying to make the budget larger. I'm a taxpayer too, county and city, so I'm aware. But if y'all have any questions, we'll be glad to answer.
How's the construction going?
I went by yesterday and they're shooting the grades. I think they'll start pouring the footing hopefully within the next week, weather permitting. And I think the weather is going to permit it.
Projection, completion, what are they talking about?
They're supposed to mid-December is what they're shooting.
And how many positions will be staffed at the new station?
There will be 3 shifts, 6, that'd be 18 total.
Mm-hmm. And are those newly trained officers, or they be pulled from all over?
They'll be pulled from all over. We'll have to go from, to get experienced
Sure.
people spread out.
Okay.
Do the officers or the firemen that staff that location, are they given an opportunity to apply to go out there, say they live close to there or whatever, or is that a possibility, or
Normally.
or how do you all go about deciding that?
Well, I leave that to my battalion chiefs, and they know which personnel should be in certain stations.
suited,
We have
okay.
specialty squads, and that's pretty much it.
Talking about those new hires, inherent within his operations, you saw a $746,000 increase. And it's going to be hard for me to blow this up, but when we took the 3.5% away from the fire department, then we added back $360,000 for the new firefighters and $144,000 in benefits. So there's a total of $504,000 that contributes to this $746,000 number here, which really explains the majority of the increase in his operation.
There are large decreases in the training. How are we going to supplement that? We certainly need.
Councilman, what we've done is that from last year's budget, we had a lot of outsourcing of training. This year, we're doing a lot of training inside the department with our own instructors, which decreased our training amount considerably.
Okay. What are we doing to reduce our administration costs?
In which area, sir?
Administration, reduction of 116,000.
He's asking what makes that up.
Oh, okay. What would make that up, sir, is if you look at line item 42210-251, we had a large amount of money in for medical physicals last year. And a large chunk of that was taken out, and only physicals we've got set aside this year, sir, is the actual physicals that OSHA requires us to do.
Okay.
So you'll be hiring 15, is that correct? 15 new firefighters, okay.
Is that where the increase in out-of-rank pay comes from?
No, sir.
1, 2, 3.
What it is, what increased out-of-rank pay is that Chief Stewart and I feel that we need to set an incentives, because here in the past, when one officer is off for a day, the driver will step up and take his slot on the truck and be officer in charge. Well, over the course of the years, we've had to have a vacancy of 30 days before we pay that driver any amount of money. Chief Stewart and I feel that's inappropriate, that when someone steps up and takes over that guy's particular slot, we need to be able to pay him starting from day one. And that's the reason we added that increase into that particular line item.
What's halftime premium?
Halftime pay is the pay you get between, there's a set amount of hours we get, Karen, you can help me out. There's a set amount of hours that firemen get, and anything over that, according to the federal law, we have to pay overtime. And that's the halftime that comes in to keeps us in line with the federal government, basically.
This dates back to the Federal Labor Standards Act lawsuit that was filed against the city back in the 1980s.
Okay.
Firefighters are regulated to receive this.
The other thing I noticed is I'm looking at specific line item 129, other wages, where we spent nothing last year, we budgeted just shy of $100,000 this year. There's two questions, is why do we have a budget there, and what is other wages?
Other wages, go, I'm sorry.
Other wages is
I was
their
talking to him.
It's their supplement, and your data that you have is through March 31st.
Right.
Their supplement check just came in this past week, so on your May statements, you'll see that has changed.
Okay.
Each firefighter who went through the training received $600.
That's correct.
The state paid us $91,200 for 153 firefighters.
Okay, so the other wages is what we pay them.
The
when they're-
supplement that is reimbursed to us by the state for their training.
And that's broke down by individual departments within a fire department.
These 15 firefighters you're going to be hiring, will they be hired just immediately after the new year begins?
No, probably be October.
They're
Because-
budgeted to be paid from October through June.
Because my concern is if we're going to hire 15, that means we need 15 right now to adequately protect that area. That's what bothers me. So I was hoping that we could begin to hire some of them and get them trained and have them on the force to help right now with that extra man and woman power.
We just got
You know.
6 on the line, and that's gonna help. That is gonna help.
So if they're hired in November.
October, Ms.
Or October,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
They're being hired in October to be in line with the opening of the new station.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just worried about from now to then, I guess, and how we're protecting those people.
We also have a great relationship with the county and.
With the
we need
volunteers.
help with the volunteers.
Okay, okay, okay. How great a waiting list do you have for firemen?
Oh, it's up there.
It's long.
It is.
Okay.
We've got plenty of applicants.
Okay, and the way that process works is you interview, you look at their qualifications, and you don't necessarily just hire those who are next in line, but you interview and you try to find the best. You can pass over some, I'm just curious how it works.
Yeah, there's an interview process, physical ability,
But we've got plenty to fill that 15, okay.
It is an age limit requirement.
21, I believe.
What's the age limit on the other end?
What's correctional administration in the fire department?
I'm sorry, say again,
You've got
Councilman.
a line item called correctional administration? What is that?
What actual number are you looking
That
at?
is not part of the fire department budget, that is the police department, that is the community service that Judge Anderson administers, and that's
Okay.
under the control of the police department. It just happened to be in an account grouping under the fire department.
Okay, yeah, that was throwing me off a little bit, so I was going, man, those fire department, they don't need any correction. Good workers.
And then my final question is, with this 3.5% decrease, there's not a question in your minds, though, that this is not going to affect the safety? You're going to be able to make those cuts and not feel at all that you do not have what you need?
We believe we have what we need.
Okay.
You might also address capital, that even though it's very small, what your turnout gear cost is gonna be.
the capital restraints that were placed on us this year, we're only going to be able to come up with outside the fire station and the Station 7 needs is for the actual gear for the 15 firefighters. So when they come on board, they're going to have everything they need in 1 October to actually start doing their job when they get put online after their initial training.
And what
Okay,
are we
any
looking at
other-
as far as total
any other
cost,
questions?
The new fire station, just, if you don't mind, for information purposes, what are we looking at as the total cost of the new fire station?
1.2 million.
Sorry, Mayor.
So the capital budget's on page 3.
Page 3 of
Of capital.
capital budget, Karen, where, for the fire department?
Yes, fire department.
Right.
It's in your capital section, spreadsheet. It's page 3, this is very small.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't tab them for us this year.
I'm sorry?
You didn't tab them for us this year.
That costs money to tell.
I'm sorry.
That's another $3.
No tab.
We recycled the notebooks.
There you go, there you go.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I started to tab mine.
Okay, any questions on capital while we have the chief and deputy chief here? Okay, I assume you guys are finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and
guys.
Council, appreciate it.
Al, as far as public safety, we have, I see Lenanda back there. Let's ask Central Dispatch to come
Yes,
up.
that's
How
what I
about
was gonna
that?
suggest.
And we'll get the Chief Kendrick lined up after lunch.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
What page is that, Karen?
How about a quick overview of your budget, and then we'll let the council ask you questions.
All right, which page are we on now? I'm lost.
Karen, what page?
She's lost too.
That will be right after the fire department, after correctional administration, so let me find that page for you, Councilman.
We used to have little tabs on here, you know, where you used to have.
Cutback, council, we just told you. It's
Got a
cutback.
suggestion for
Budget.
next year.
All right.
Well, you did it
No
last year.
tabs.
She is on page 34, 42,600, it's central dispatches, we're right after correctional administration is where the central dispatch budget will start. In your expense, general fund.
I don't see it on page 34.
That's on 36.
I'm sorry.
Page 36. Okay.
Not much lighting over here, 36.
Part of the
Can I
cutback.
borrow your reading glasses?
36.
Okay.
Is that part of the cutback too? Cutting the light off.
Basically, Lenanda's does reflect the 3.3%, or we were shooting for across the board 3.5. And most of that, Lenanda's in your salaries. You might want to give us an overview of your part-time people and how many people you do have, et cetera.
Okay. And of course, there's going to be a change in that. Currently, right now, to this date, Central Dispatch has, we did have a total of 24 operators, 23 of those being full-time operators, with one part-time, with a part-time budget of $22,181, which is never excelled and never passed because that part-time person very seldom ever works that amount of hours within the year. That could actually be split among a couple of part-time people probably. However, we're down to 20 operators at this point in time. I have 3 positions currently that I have not filled. Last year in the budget, it was approved to hire a part-time person, but we took that away this year. So part-time position, I'm going to remain with one part-time personnel that has been there for many years, and we're not going to hire another part-time. The 3 full-time positions are already budgeted in the budget. They're standing there, and there's no excelling on that. The longevity factor, due to the transition of the new employees that were hired from last year to this year, their longevity, well, not longevity, but the progression wages were applied to their salaries as well, which caused an increase there for them. We took out several other money in different areas, the repair, travel, we cut the travel due to training, which is state and federally required training. We did cut a portion of it. We also cut the printing out. If I want business cards, I can go buy them myself. So we took out the business cards to limit taking out any more of the training monies. Any questions?
Yeah. Help me with the logistics of the central dispatch. Is that just one area? You've got 23 employees in one area, or you got more than?
No, sir, that's it. 23 employees in one area.
Okay.
At 429 East Main.
Okay, and how many people do you have on staff at one particular time then?
We work 3 shifts, just like the police department does, 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7, 24/7. And there's a mandated, trying to maintain a mandated at this point in time. It has not been done in the past. There's been 3 operators on duty at any given time. Since in the last 2 years, my presence back, I've been trying to make 4. And that's due to the position and the positions that they have to work and they have to man. And also too, due to other ISO requirements with the fire department having a mandated 911 operator there for the fire department. So we've tried to incur that to keep it at 4 operators at all time on duty.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure the numbers out then. If you got 4 on staff and you've got 3 shifts, then that's 12, but you've got 23 employees. I know you gotta have people extra, or what am I missing there?
You're not, sir. They work 5 days a week, so there's
Okay.
2 days off that they have to
More than-
have.
oh, okay.
And at times, there are 5 people there, which it is required. I mean, we do need the 5th person there, anytime that we can have one there. And that's due to the increased load of work positions, the required training that they have to have, and people be on duty at the time. Also, the requests that officers make for NCIC and ties transactions, it almost requires a full-time NCIC operator with the amount of thefts of vehicles that we have, burglaries that we have, articles that are stolen, anything that you have that has a serial number on it, or anybody that has a date of birth or a social security number, we enter those people into the computer system at any given time. There's federal requirements that we have to enter a child within 2 hours. So, and it's kind of hard when you've got an operator sitting there running the dispatch patrol channel and running a fire and have a working fire, and then the other one that mandates all the phones for that person to be a computerized person sitting there to make those entries. So that's why the 4th position, and sometimes 5.
I have a question, if I may, and it's similar to Councilwoman Foote's question for the fire department. With the across-the-board cut, are you still able to handle the business that needs to be taken care of relative to central dispatch?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we're applying additional training too as well. So training has been a big factor for the last 2 years for central dispatch, because there are state and federal certifications once every 2 years that all the operators have to meet, and with additional, and including additional training.
And that's built into your budget now?
Yes.
The training
Well,
is?
no, sir. But the 2 positions, this training in here is for 2 required positions through TBI and FBI. The training, we're grateful to the Emergency 911 Center because they allocate some money in their budget for training for not only us, but Madison County Dispatch, as well as Madison County Fire Dispatch and EMS Dispatch. So that's where we pull a lot of our training money from.
Okay, so now my question is, you're not foregoing any training that needs to be done. You're getting all the training that you need.
Hopefully, we'll continue that, yes, sir.
Okay.
Their budget's been cut as well, so yes, sir. We have to have 8 hours of training at least once every 2 years. The state requires that. So there's other options. There's online training, there's CDs that we've purchased and that we can do training in-house. And I'm a state certified instructor through NCIC, through TBI and FBI. So there's remedial training that I can conduct there at the department as well,
Okay,
that
so
we
you're
can get
saying-
approval on.
You're saying everybody's being trained that needs to be trained?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Currently, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, any additional questions of Amanda? Central Dispatch?
The only capital that is in dispatch budget is $50,000 for the radio infrastructure. Lenanda has a very old antiquated radio system, but they've kept it going for many, many years, and the company that has taken over this year felt that that would be enough to keep things going, so that's what we've appropriated for her capital.
So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
We can skip around there if you want. We have some people here.
We have 11:15. We're gonna try to break for lunch. There's no objection about 11:30. I'm gonna take engineering, and then if you all can let Chief Kendrick know after lunch when we come back, if he'll be first up, and we'll have public safety finish. No objection. We'll hear from engineering. Council, Scott, come on out. What page we talking about here, girls?
First one's 41.
It's shot, but it's gonna kind of jump around, just through different divisions, and they don't follow simultaneously.
Page 41, I think is where we're gonna start, isn't it, Scott?
Page 41 is the street lighting budget. That's actually one of those budgets that probably Al was discussing, that we don't have a whole lot of control as far as our cutting. As the city adds street lights, we go toward it goes toward a JEA account, and we pay higher energy costs because those lights are burning. So we have made an adjustment for those.
So there's no personnel in that account. There's nothing that Scott can control other than if he's stopped installing lights.
That's right. And we do the best we can in our department to estimate these. We do track projects that are forthcoming. Sometimes we miss it slightly because JEA will hold out to the end of the project to book the job to our account. And sometimes I actually budget for it early, and then that doesn't come online till the following year. So, but we do track the last 12 months of energy. Of course, it runs in a cycle with the summer and the winter and the daylight hours as far as energy usage. We average those, the energy accounts, and we also average the charges as far as the lease fee that we have with JEA as well. So that's how we come up to that number. That's our best guess as to what it will be next year.
Okay, any questions on the street lighting budget?
No question. Is it appropriate for a request? Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Scott, with respect to F.E. Wright Drive and Parkway at that intersection, up until 70, it's very dark over by Jackson State. It looked like you're coming from the city to the county.
Okay.
If you would investigate that. And it's all city.
Okay.
And it's retail has grown up over there across from Jackson State.
I would add too that, we haven't adjusted this year because we don't think any will come online, but as the annexation area comes in, we start putting in lights there, there will be a future increase for that area as well. I think the next one would be would follow suit. It's on
Scott, repeat that, what you just said on the annexed area?
a lot of the annexed areas is not lit, and there's a JEA will be transferring their utility, the power over to them. So most of those streets, as they become JEA utility, then we'll move forward in putting in street lights along those areas.
But you said that won't happen until next year, you don't think?
Well, I don't think there's.
Really don't know when it'll happen because they have to reach an agreement with Southwest Electric, and sometimes those negotiations get get strung out. And
Street lighting in that annexed area will be a couple of years down the road before we
Right,
learn to do anything.
right.
And in the residential areas, do we light everything or just main streets or what, how do we do the lighting there?
We light every city street.
Okay.
You like every city
It might
street?
just have one light on it, but there'll be a light.
Okay, all right.
Normally it's every other utility pole,
About a
normally.
2-mile stretch, you'll have about 2 lights.
On one street, then you guarantee one light?
Yeah, our budget would definitely probably be different if we lit additionally too. And we have made adjustments in our department to start looking at the amount of light, because we've had a lot of areas since I've been here that, you know, we constantly get calls that there's, you know, the neighborhood's not lit and the streets are not lit properly. And if it's overhead electric, we can add in pretty easily. If it's underground, then you're talking about adding a pole itself and a light. So we're trying to catch new developments and actually have a few, you know, more lights within the developments to help decrease callbacks later on in the future saying the streets are not well lit.
Well, Aspen Drive is one I get a lot of complaints on, but I'll talk to you about that later.
Yeah, any light request, you know, you can email me about, and we'll take an individual look.
Okay, thank you.
From there, 41 and 42, on 41 it starts stormwater management. Wendy Ryan in my office manages that. She's our stormwater program manager. That is a management of the state permit that the city has for a certain population. We have to have a state permit to have a stormwater program, and this is funding those areas that she needs. A lot of it is public involvement and public awareness type things. So I can go over individual if you want. I believe that was cut, and then we made adjustments for that, for those cuts.
Is the Bemis drainage project, is that still on, or is that found somewhere else?
That won't be within this area. The project you're talking about, it's a River Basin Authority, was associated with that, and that won't be in.
Okay.
Scott, on drainage issues in general, does that come under stormwater, or that's just the engineer?
It's a different, we now have, we'll get to that in a minute.
If I'm jumping ahead, I apologize, but I just
yeah.
had that question. And that's just a general question, not, that's.
Right, it's in a different location.
Okay.
Okay, I think, 41, 42. I think the next one will be page 45, which starts our traffic sign department. This covers the personnel that we have to maintain all the traffic signs in the city. And we also have a line item in there for pavement markings, which we discussed last year's budget. We used to have as contractual services, but we added a specific line item for that. We have a contractor that comes in and stripes a certain number of miles of street with these funds.
On the traffic signs, there was, federal government or state government was requiring us to change our signs up. Is that still?
It's been repealed, I think.
Yeah, they're, right now in the federal guidelines that we use is the manual uniform traffic control devices. It does have retro-reflectivity requirements in it. All the city streets, we did in this past year put a reflectometer device that tests those. And so we're going through the city and we're setting up a system, which the requirement was to have a system in place to periodically check those signs within the city to make sure they meet those minimum levels. And we're getting into that now. We purchased that this past year, and we're documenting those requirements. The city is in, as far as our city streets are in really good shape. We went to using the high-intensity prismatic sheeting, which is a high-grade sheeting that holds the reflectivity levels higher, longer. And what we're finding is when we check them, our signs are in good shape. There are some neighborhood signs in
that are more ornamental signage that's been put in as part of developments through the years. And some of those signs are lacking. We try to work with the homeowners association, which is supposed to be responsible for replacing those. And we're kind of doing that on a day-to-day basis as those signs get knocked down and are changed out. We hadn't done any full wholesale change outs with them, but they are technically still city streets with those signs on, so we have
So
some
we're not,
responsibility.
we've got to replace all the city signs all of a sudden then, we're.
No,
Okay.
no. yeah,
The lettering, didn't they rebuke that or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, several years ago, I mean, we've had a move from a 4-inch to a 6-inch lettering, and then mainly the record reflectivity and the street name signs as well. But we're pretty well, we try our best to stay up to date on all that. It's like I said, in some of the neighborhoods that are supposed to be maintaining those signs from an ornamental standpoint, we struggle with that sometimes because it's on their pocketbook to get those replaced.
That is one department, though, that does have an increase of 7%, but it's basically, I think Scott alluded to it, the $20,000 increase in pavement marking.
Yeah, pavement markings itself, we've had higher budgets in the past. It's just like paving, if you cut one year, you really didn't get by with it, you really need more the next year to catch up. And so I came to Al and them and mentioned that, and we bumped that up 20,000. From page 45 to 46, that's where you get your traffic signalization budget, and that's the maintenance and energy cost to run our traffic signal.
You can see we did a little horse trading with Scott because we allowed him to go up 7% on one line and took 13 away on another, so he still operated within the confines of what we gave him.
From 46 to 47, the 43,800, that's the actual engineering budget, which handles all of my staff salary and expenses here in City Hall, engineering budget.
How many employees are in your department, Scott?
There's 6 in City Hall, and then I'm split up, I think I'm total 25 total. With our stormwater operations crew that came online to me, which was a transfer from the street department, and then our traffic sign employees, which are 4 in that department.
So when those departments were reorganized, you gained a few?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
And I think we're to that budget on page 48, the 43,911. At 911, I hope that's not but that's our stormwater operations. That's where the employees were moved over to engineering to handle the stormwater issues for the city. We do have personnel in that with the equipment, the track hoes and mini excavators, dump trucks. So that is the department that actually goes out and does the stormwater work and actual digging and replacement of pipes and whatnot. So that's a new budget to me. It's my first year to have that particular budget. I believe that's all of my operating. If there's any questions on any of that.
Any questions of Scott on any part of his budget?
to Scott's Capital.
Ken, yeah, let's catch that.
That'll be on your capital spreadsheet, and Scott's is on page 4, under public services.
The 1.2 in pavement management, how's that average according to what we do each year? Is that low for,
Well, the 1.2 is really part of the, all of my capital line items were part of the 10 million that was borrowed. And so the allocation that we had, for a 2-year plan, we tried to basically spend half this year and plan on spending half, you know, for this budget year we're approving. So we're basically, of the 10 million and the specific projects, the pavement management worked out to be about half and half per year.
okay, you totally lost me there. Half of 10 million is 5, and there's only 1.2 here, so.
Well, like I said, that, I think there was like 5 and, I can't remember the number.
Okay, but my question is, for pavement management, how much do we spend on average on an annual basis for just overall pavement management?
I think since I've been here,
Not special projects.
we have tracked, between anywhere from 1.2 to 1. I think we have had a year or two where we had 1.4 or 5.
Okay, so around the 1.2 to 1.5 is kind of what we spend on an average each year on pavement management, just to kind of keep the streets, repair some or repave some that need it
Yeah.
and fix, okay.
Don't ask me if that's enough, but. you
We know
it
it's
is.
not.
I'm sure it's not.
It is. Now, you want me to discuss the FE right at all? The one thing we did discuss then, and when we did the borrow funds, we had a project, it was a match to start design on the widening of FE Wright Drive. One thing we kind of did at the last minute is discuss postponing the start of that design project for a year, so that we can basically use the STP funds to help do some additional paving on collector level or higher streets. The STP funds that we use are available. We typically use them for project type things like FE Wright widening. But they are available to be used for resurfacing as long as the street's on the functional TDOT classification list. So we kind of had an idea to take the matching funds and let them match STP dollars to focus on the larger streets, and hopefully use this 1.2 of the city funds, which really that'll be less that match, but use that on more local streets to help basically get further with our paving this year. So as we push the FE Wright project, you know, down the road, but we felt like right now with the paving needs we had, that would be a good use of funds.
As far as, not spending enough money on paving, are we putting off enough so that it's gonna catch up with us big time in the future for paving? Are we kind of keeping okay? What's your opinions on that?
It's hard to say. There are a lot of neighborhood streets that a lot of the streets are breaking down by time, not traffic. Other streets are breaking down by traffic and not time. You've got neighborhood streets that last for years and years, and the color wears and it gets rough, but you don't see a lot of potholes. So it's really hard to say. And the way we've tackled it is to try to do the streets that are bearing traffic the most, because those are gonna wear down every year. Band Drive it's never gonna last when you get 16,000 cars a day on it. So, we've gotta maintain those main routes that are carrying the traffic, and then also look into our neighborhoods to not let those streets get in too bad shape.
Are you finding that you're doing more sections instead of streets?
Yes, we are. And what I'll do a lot of times, if I can't do a full stretch one year, I will look for the east-west routes and try to hit the worst section one year and then follow up the next year, because I don't want too many years to go by in between a section of street. We've done that, you know, with Old Humboldt Road, for example. And we started University Parkway and paved a section to the west, and, you know, we're looking at this time, you know, paving to the east. It just keeps one section of street being brand new, and then the other still aging. It keeps it at least in a nearby time frame that we're trying to.
I noticed we've got some carryover money for the Mumbrum. When are we gonna get that finished?
We've had some trouble getting the signal equipment. It is all on back order, no fault of the contractor. We put in the foundations out there. We had a wreck out there that actually hit the foundation and broke the bolts off, and we've had to re-pour a foundation for the light. But it's mainly in holding, waiting for all the signal equipment to come in. Once that comes in, you'll see it go up really quick.
What kind of timetable?
I think we're looking in, within, I think they said mid-June, to getting that in. So we'll basically run to the end of the fiscal year and try to get the rest of it done after June 30th. And all of these are projected carry forwards, to continue those projects forward to the next budget year.
Okay, any other questions of Scott?
What's the
Counsel?
difference, what's the difference in the 346 pavement management and the 306 pavement management? Why do we have two separate items there?
Is that, did we restate FE Ride as pavement management, the second line? Is that what we did?
The second line item is, well, the first one is what we're gonna be carry over, and the second is new money that he had, so we're separating out the carryover from the new money.
Okay, so actually
The one actually be.
we're spending 1.8 on
Oh,
pavement.
yes, it will be.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
So we'll be spending 1.8 on pavement next year. But I guess part of that was left over from last year that we didn't spend.
Correct.
So it still averages out about 1.2 per year. Okay.
That's right.
Then
Yeah,
why do-
and that 600,000, I've made that mistake more than once, because we did not put the 600,000. That 600,000 will be reimbursable by those STP funds.
Right.
We didn't budget it like we did the rest of the 2-year allocation for bar funds. We set aside our match, which was 150,000 to that, but the 600,000 new money will be 100% of that will be reimbursed by
If
the
you
state.
look at your capital revenues, you'll see a 600,000 revenue line item that offsets that.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so that's why we separated it then, because that's going to be reimbursed through. Okay.
But that's helping us immensely, Randy, for this year, he'll have $1.8 million roughly
Through resurfacing.
to resurface, yes.
And we've discussed balancing that as well. You know, if it works out the streets on the functional classification or the streets we need to do, we can use a portion of the city funds to match. It's basically you get $100,000 worth of paving for $20,000. So depending on the streets we select and when we divide it all up to get our project, we'll try to use those funds to make it go the furthest amount of paving that's needed.
Scott, real quickly, out of this allotted outlay for pavement management, are these streets already predetermined that you're gonna resurface?
They're not currently. We have an
Working on the list
ongoing
now.
list, and anytime you contact me, I put it on the list, and what we do is, you know, we get started, basically, go measure, start doing our estimates, and start swapping, trading, looking and, you know, assessing which ones are the worst. And it sounds bad, but at some point, we get to a dollar amount where we can do 2 streets for this one, and which one's worse. And so it's kind of a more art than science sometimes.
I'll take it.
We try to cover as much as we can that's needed streets that we possibly can with the money.
Thank you.
Okay, council, y'all okay as far as questions? Yes. We're going to declare recess until we'll reconvene at 1:30 if there's no objection. Our council meeting is related to the budget, and Al, anything we need to clarify? I know Chief Kendrick's here in the police department. I think they were
I
next.
think everybody is here, maybe except Ricky Yates for
Okay.
Sportsplex, but we'll
Okay.
get him down the line.
Okay.
Where we left off, Mayor, I've checked the ones that we covered out of Public Works, basically with Scott. So I think Stan would be up first here on planning and MPO, et cetera.
Okay, Stan, come on up. You want to give us the
Page 37 of the expenses, of the general fund expenses, page 37. 41,700 falls right under total public safety, is Stan's department.
Stan, how about just a quick overview, bud?
Okay. Basically, we have reduced our budget based on the 3.5% directive, and this budget reflects those changes. So we just basically took some of the line items we had and tried to reduce them. Our budget's a little bit different in that publicity and dues and some of those categories that we use for our public notices, they depend on how many zonings we get, how many people come through the process. So we put an amount in there. Of course, if the public notices run more than that, we have to do it based on state law. So we would have to adjust that to take care of that. But for the most part, our budget is just carries out the planning activities, and the other line item, the training and travel, that's where we put the training that's required by state law for our boards and our commissions, and we put amount in there, and we hope we can get the training cost effectively, and we usually do, but we have to put enough in there so that if we weren't able to get the training, we could still get our board trained. So again, it's a state requirement.
Why don't you explain, Stan, the next two items on here, the
Okay.
reimbursement?
All right. The next account number, the 705, is our planning reimbursable. That's our MPO. That's our Metropolitan Planning Organization. That's the body that the mayor sits on, and we have a MPO staff that is made up of different departments. That's the body that carries out transportation planning activities, and we get an amount of money from the state that comes through the federal highway transportation funds, and that money comes down through TDOT. We are under contract, and we do the planning, the transportation planning, and it's a reimbursable grant. We expend the planning activities and do the tasks that are in our work program, and then we send them a quarterly bill, and they reimburse us for that up to 80%. So that is a grant, but we have to have an account for it because there are expenses that we expend first, and then we get reimbursed for them. And then the SPR, which is the next one, which is, I believe, 706. 707.
Page 38.
It's the state planning funds. It's planning funds. It's just a different fund that it comes from, and we account for different. It's what we use to do what they call the rural planning, and we have an urban area that we cover, which the MPO covers, and then outside of that is considered the rural area, and that's the rest of Madison County that is outside the urban area, and we do the transportation planning for them also. So this is the account that covers that planning activities, and we bill it the same. It's quarterly, it's reimbursable. It just comes from a different pot of money, so we account for it in a different account. The only other one would be the 706, and I'm not sure where that is.
It's same page 38.
Okay, and that would be the bypass fund, and
Right, it's down here.
and that's the one that we reduced by 3.5, and we left the 92,000. The 92,000 is what we anticipate to be it's rollover. It's what we anticipate to be the balance of the environmental phase of the bypass that we're in now. We're hoping to finish that. The 3.5 is the balance of the earmark that we got from TDOT, through TDOT, through the federal funds, but it requires a match of about $700,000, and we were hoping that the state would do that, but right now it's not in their budget, so that's why the mayor was saying earlier that we didn't feel like we would be expending that money. But it's out there. If we were to get a match, or if we were to find funds that could match the money, then we could always put it back in. But that's why we're only putting $92,000, because that would finish up our environmental phase.
Now, where does the EDI grant?
EDI is really.
It's on page 3 of the expenses, the EDI grant. It's account number 41314, page 3 of your expenses.
That was a grant that came through HUD that we got in 2004, shortly after the tornado, and it was a fund that we had to go. It was a grant that we had to go through the environmental and also go through HUD to say what we were going to spend that on, and I did all the paperwork for that. And what we were trying to do is to acquire a small portion of land that was in front of the old Mary Lane Courts property. But we could never get an agreement on a price for the land, and then the GSA project kind of went elsewhere, and so we just didn't continue with that. The money's still there, but I would have to basically start over and go back through HUD and get to improve an alternate project, and I just haven't done that yet. So I just keep this active by calling in every month and making sure it's active, and then if we can get it moved to a different project. But it's specifically tied to, it has to be sort of for an industrial park, and so we've got to find some way to fit a project into that to spend the money.
Yeah, did we include that grant with our elimination of the $3 million?
No, that's what I was going to say next.
We need another motion to take this one out.
So this has been reoccurring since 2004, and if we happen to be fortunate enough to find another project or where they would approve it, then we could always come back with a budget amendment.
We can.
Okay.
We can.
Okay. Council understand where it's kind of like the $3 million, $3.5 million been in there for a number of years. It's not going to be funded this year. We don't expect this to be funded this year, so I'll entertain a motion just to go ahead and eliminate that from the budget.
So moved.
Okay, we got a motion. Second. Discussion from council. Council, please vote.
And the vote is unanimous.
And the only other accounts that would be, in addition to that, would be the Keep Jackson Beautiful accounts. It'd be 43,200. I'm not sure where that is in your book. And again, these accounts are haven't changed other than being reduced by the 3.5 that we were asked to reduce it. Nothing's changed in the way of additional line items or expenses.
It's on page 43. Keep Jackson Beautiful there in the middle. It has 3 accounts.
And then you've got the Liberty Gardens, 44,729. And it's mostly a donations-based budget. If they get donations or have money through a grant, then they expend money. If they don't, then they don't have any expenses.
That's on page 66 at the end of recreation, Jackson Tree Board.
And yeah, and then 45,130 would be the tree board, and again, it's basically they have some annual activities that they do, and this covers that, and it's been again reduced by the 3.5.
Okay, any questions for Stan on any of those? Councilman Long.
Stan, on the 5-mile radius outside the city limits that the planning department actually handles.
Yes.
Who pays for that? Does the city pay for that, or we get reimbursed from that from the county?
Well, we are under contract with the county to do their planning, but we actually do the planning for the county, which is considered the outer region. The inner region is part of our destiny area for the city, and we do that planning as a part of having a regional planning commission. So we really don't get paid to do that planning. That's just part of the planning that we do as a part of a regional planning commission. But we do get paid for doing the outer region, which is beyond that by the county.
Okay, and that's a separate commission?
It's a Madison County Planning Commission.
Okay,
It's
okay.
separate.
And the inter region, we do that, I guess, because that conceivably at some point in time could become city, and that way it's easier to have the same regulations and rules there.
It does, and it gives you to control, to have some input into the land use decisions in an area where you may be there in the future, so.
I think that's all for
Okay,
Stan.
any other questions?
And Stan has no capital whatsoever.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
The next area, Mayor,
Al,
would be,
you want to finish up public safety?
oh, we can?
Yeah, we got Chief Kendra. Let's go ahead and finish up public safety, and I think these other departments we can call up here pretty quickly. Chief, if you don't mind, just kind of give us, again, a quick overview of your budget, and then if council
Tim's
has
on
any
page
questions.
17 of your expense.
17.
Okay, basically, council, and good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Basically, our budget, as much as anyone else, you had asked for us to cut to 3.5%, in which we did. But we did find out, as far as the law enforcement budget is concerned, there were two prerequisites that we had no control over. That being a cops hiring grant, in which we were required to retain 10 officers for a period of 1 year. And also, there's a certain amount of money that was appropriated for bulletproof vest. With bulletproof vest, we have 15 new hires coming on. We also presently have 50 officers with the agency that their vest will be expiring. The manufacturer of a vest will basically guarantee these vests for a period of 5 years. After that 5 years, that warranty is no longer in place, and we felt like it imperative that we replace these vests. So basically, the money after we took the 3.5%, the money that was reinserted is to cover those 10 officers in the purchase of the bulletproof vest.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Any questions of Chief Kendrick?
I will bring to the council's attention on page 18, we have separated out a new grouping of account where we can track the 10 officers that we are required to fund. It's called the CRHP grant retention, so that we can track that cost.
And I think that's a bit confusing sometimes when we get grants. Grants are basically just seeds. They're seeds that basically a community can look at something that they say, we feel like there's a need in our community. The government will supply us with these grants as a seed money, hopefully that we can perpetuate the continual funding of it after the grant procurement time is run out. And we are required to retain these people for 1 year. That's a caveat that's part of receiving the grant.
School resource officers, I noticed there's a major reduction. Our schools still have them, middle schools, high schools?
Yes, sir. Our schools still do have them, and we are very much supportive of our school resource officers. We feel it's imperative to keep those in the schools. Some of that grant will be expiring June 30, but as the council's already aware, there's been other ways and means that we've sought going to the school board and asking them to help defray some of the costs in order to ensure that these people stay in our school systems.
So the ones that are there now will continue to be. Okay.
On the overtime costs, I know we've had discussions over that in the past about trying to hold that down. I know we still got about between $300,000 and $400,000 in overtime costs in the police department. Are we still working on something to help reduce that?
We're working on it. It seems like many times it's beyond our control in a lot of regards. Presently, even now, I think we're probably about 20 officers short. And when I talk about 20 officers short, I'm talking those people who may be on OJT, OIJ officer, on the injured list. Also, we've got people who have been deployed military, and then we've got people that are retired. So it's just one of those things where it seems we're always behind the curve, and that's what facilitates us having to use that overtime many times to fill those vacancies.
I guess I'm always looking at, we're paying $400,000 in overtime, that would fund, 8 new officers that we could have, it would help alleviate that overtime, so it's something.
And I know a couple of years back, you guys asked me about that, and I went to the International Association of Chiefs of Police and a number of other entities that look at police in that regard, and I think Councilman Brooks even asked at the time, when we look at a cap, at that cap, does it tell us that at that point we should consider? There's no cap of that nature as far as law enforcement is concerned that says when you reach this apex that you need to look at hiring more officers. What we're hoping to do is maybe redefine some of our zones and so forth that we're looking at as far as making better use of our personnel to hopefully defray some of that cost as far as maybe overtime is concerned. When I look at overtime, I know we look at manpower allocations by formula. And I mean, the formula is something that's supported by the International Association of Chiefs of Police and is used quite a bit across the board. But to me, formulas have to have static numbers in place in order to see this end result. Sometimes I don't feel like we're necessarily using our own ability to look at our communities and where our issues are, and maybe not just say, well, just because the formula says I need X number of officers in zone number 7, that they always remain static there, that maybe because there are less issues that we're seeing there, we can pull those people out and use them to supply, areas where we're short. So that's one thing that we're asking our captains in our patrol division to at least consider ways and means of moving personnel around to help defray some of those overtime costs.
Well, there's no way humanly possible that you can not have overtime. Of course, I'm involved in law enforcement. I'm a supervisor. And of course, you have your own OJIs, and you got people off days, and you have call-in sickness, and so there's no way. And I sympathize with you there, because there's no way that you can determine how much you're going to have to spend each year on overtime pay, and it's a chore.
It is a chore, but I think it's also a plus in a lot of regards as far as the vitality of our community is concerned, in that we're embracing the fact of overtime, because that means there are a lot of activities and special events and things of this nature that are ongoing in Jackson, and I think that's a good interjection to the fact of our community and what's happening here.
Chief, you may tell the council what we're doing as far as the West Tennessee Healthcare, the hospital, if you don't mind.
Okay, as far as the healthcare with the hospital is concerned, of course, we did renegotiate that negotiation as far as the salary for those officers quite a number of years ago. We did go back to West Tennessee Healthcare, and they did renegotiate the hourly rate. So we're seeing that that's going to cover, some of the costs that we were looking at there. I think in some regards it was a bit confusing. Basically, I guess what was negotiated at the time was a new hire, someone that we just hired, went through the academy and came back. For us in the management perspective of our agency, though, we can't really envision putting a young officer out at an environment such as a hospital and them not being cognizant of the laws and things that they need to be aware of. So we were putting more senior people out there, which would equate then to there being a higher rate as far as their hourly rate is concerned. And so when we went back to the hospital, they were willing to entertain, so that's going to help offset that.
Okay. Any other questions for Chief King? Chief, we had talked about earlier, and you all may address it. I know you have some help here from the traffic division. We'd already talked about the future of the mobile speed van and also the future of the red light cameras at the intersections where we have them, and I know y'all may or may not be, because I think this only came in yesterday, where the company that provides the cameras have indicated to us via email that their deal would be that we would pay, that we'd be responsible for paying $5,300 a month for the continued use of those cameras, even if the citations were less than that. So if you don't mind, maybe between you and Lieutenant Adams, y'all can kind of share where we are as far as the mobile speed van and also the red light cameras, and perhaps maybe some background on the traffic crashes and intersections, to what extent you can.
Okay. I'll ask Lieutenant Adams to come up. He can give you some figures regarding our intersections where our red light cameras are located. I can tell you personally myself, from talking to the officers as far as the RoboCop is affectionately called, but from talking to the officers, what we're looking at is behavior changes as far as our citizens are concerned, trying to reduce crashes and injuries and things of that nature. The guys tell me that initially when they started years ago, they were seeing very high double digits as far as the issuance of citations. Now they're seeing single digits. So, it's something that our community is very cognizant of. you know, they're abiding by the expectation. Lieutenant?
Thank you. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to put a whole lot of stuff together here in the last hour or so. I did pull up an old study that I did the first year after we put the system into use, which I found was pretty telling. The main thing we were doing with this program, I said, is trying to affect some behavior modification in drivers. And we looked at a very detailed study. This is what this is here. I literally went through thousands and thousands of wreck reports by hand and looked at each one and figured out exactly how the wrecks happened. And we determined that it's angle crashes that cause most of the serious injuries and the fatalities at the intersection because of the extreme change in the amount of energy transferred so quickly. So that's basically what we focused on. We expected and saw perhaps a little more of the fender bender type wreck, which is a good thing. We'd rather have fender benders than people getting killed any day. During the first year, after the 4-year operation at Channing Wayne to bypass and Union University, of course, everyone knows how the horrendous record that intersection had. First year injuries were down by 41% there. The next year they were down at the same year, down at oil well in the bypass, injuries were down by 70% at that intersection. Crashes were actually up at both those intersections by 10% at one and 17% at the other, but the injuries were down by that. And that's pretty typical of what we've seen all along. Same thing at Highland and Old Hickory, crashes up by 14%, injuries down by 50%. So you know, hard, just saying we have less crashes or more crashes is really not as important as we're hurting less people and we're killing less people than we used to. And I do believe this program has added to that a lot. One thing I would like to point out too, that on Highland, around Carriage House and Old Hickory, between the two intersections where we have them, we started this thing in 2006. Average daily traffic there was about 27,000 cars a day. That peaked a couple of years ago at over 34,000, almost 35,000 cars a day. So even if you see a slight increase in crashes, when traffic goes up by that much, you're really doing better than you were as far as crash rates, how many, you know, percentage of cars are. 45 bypass, we started in 05, we were at 44,079 cars a day. We peaked in 2010 at a little over 51,000 cars a day. So seeing a slight increase in crashes does not concern me as much, especially when we're seeing the injuries are down. So I think we have affected some positive behavior modification. I certainly understand that things change and relationships between customers and companies change, and certainly you have to evaluate that. I do think my officers, traffic officers, that I base in part their evaluations on how much they produce. Certainly we don't have quotas because quotas are wrong, but I do base in part whether or not they did something yesterday, but whether or not they did something yesterday. They're all hoping that the speed ban goes away because it's going to be much easier to write tickets is what they believe. So.
General Assembly, we kind of jumped ahead of the General Assembly, and you correct me here, Ron, if I'm wrong, that we eliminated the turn on red citation about 3 months before the General Assembly because we really saw it coming. And then they enacted that and prohibited the mobile or the red light cameras from citation process. Do we have any idea, and Karen, you may best, do we have any idea as far as the drop in the number of citations and the funding that you have?
He can address the citations, but I can tell you there's been a drastic drop in the revenue as far as that goes for red light camera tickets. I mean, it definitely impacts.
Okay. I think the numbers I got maybe Friday or maybe even as late as yesterday that and I don't know if this is the total, 5,200, 5,300, 5,400 bucks a month, and I don't know if that's the city's share of that revenue or if it's the total share. Do you know, Ron?
I believe that's going to be the city's share.
The city's share.
Yeah, because I looked, I may have it here, at the overall revenue from the system last year, and this year, actually, I believe I gave it to Captain Corley a little while ago. And it was, what, 332,000 so far this year?
And so far this year on red light cameras, we've only brought in 83,000.
Okay.
So that's
Which is what, we're, 5 months?
the number I just gave you is through April, so this only
Through
has
April,
2 more months of revenue coming in.
Right.
So this is 10 months of revenue that we've gone from like 350,000 down to 83,000.
So the majority will probably turn on red.
And actually, we used to hear some intermittent complaining from the red light camera company because in Jackson, we were what they considered way too lax on the right turn on reds. The way I had always done it and the way I told my officers when they're doing it, I want you to put yourself behind that car in your patrol car. If you would pull that person over and write them a ticket for it, send that ticket through. If it's not that egregious a violation, it's not dangerous, don't send this ticket through either. And that's what we've done. And a lot of other places wrote a lot more red light, right turn on red tickets than we did in Jackson.
Those tickets are evaluated at PD before they go into wherever they go.
That's correct.
To be issued as a citation, so that's.
And for about the first 3 years, Ron was the only one doing it, so.
Yes,
he
I
did
was.
a lot of tickets.
Okay, so I guess my question is, two questions, I guess, is one is the police department in favor of doing away with the RoboCop and the, as far as reducing casualties and injuries?
I was once told that only the chief of police can tell what the police department's in favor of doing. I'll have to defer that to Chief Kendall.
That's an excellent
It wasn't put, I wasn't put it quite that mildly, actually.
Nice
If
job,
you remember Rick
Lieutenant.
Stapleton.
As far as the police department's concerned, our posture's still gonna be to do everything we have to do to address traffic safety in the city of Jackson. You know, and the fact that maybe the RoboCop's not there, or the red light camera's not there, that's not going to negate us getting out there and proactively doing what we have to address it.
Okay.
In fact, you know, be very frank with you, I'm a big proponent of traffic anyway. When you look at what we look at, when we see people in the south committing burglaries, and they're also going to the north and committing burglaries, they're not on bicycles, they're in cars. And if they're breaking one law, they're gonna break another law. What I like about the fact of us dealing with it maybe individually ourselves, when we stop that vehicle, then we have the possibility maybe of seeing someone that might be wanted. We might be finding weapons, we might be finding drugs, we might be finding evidence of something stolen from a residential burglary that just occurred. This is not happening when you're seeing RoboCop or when you're seeing the red light camera. So, you know, I think there's a number of good, strong pluses as to the fact of us maybe embracing what we can to do it on our own.
Ron, I know on the mobile speed van and also on your radar units, your mobile radar units, that you all show a certain degree of mercy. Do you know the difference on the $50 fine, which we get how much out of a $50 citation?
Well, it depends on how many we've written that month.
It's true, it goes by.
With the red light camera tickets, we strictly get $18.50 per.
Okay.
With the mobile speed van, it's a floating scale. The first 200 a month, we get 10, they get 40. The second, and I'm not exactly sure on these numbers, it's like the second 100,
Yeah.
they get 25, we get 25, and
No more
everything
than
over
like
that.
18.
Right, okay. Tell me this, the difference between that $50 citation that any citizen would pay if they're certain number of miles above the speed limit versus a citation issued by an officer. Do we know the difference in the cost of that citation, including court cost? And a normal traffic ticket would cost you how much if you got one by an officer? Anybody paid one lately out there?
You have a green card in your pocket? It's other shirt, okay, yeah.
Mayor's like $22.75 and then $1 for every mile of the speed limit.
And then there's some litigation tax and stuff if they actually go to court as well. So they're around
Isn't the
$75 or
court
$80.
costs like $25 of the court costs, like 25 or more dollars?
Yeah, I think it's like,
Yeah,
is
I
it
think
$28.75 or
Yeah.
$33.75?
Okay, go ahead.
Meeting is $54.50 plus $1 per mile over posted limit
Right.
per ticket.
You've been off the street a couple years too, Brian.
I've been a long time.
Okay, all right.
So they're definitely higher. You know, I'm a traffic guy. I've been doing traffic stuff almost exclusively for over 20 years. I just don't want to get people hurt in car wrecks. That's the only thing I care about.
Yeah.
We'll do whatever we got to do to keep that from happening.
I guess that's my only concern is that, you know, according to your statistics you're looking at, you know, the casualties and injuries reduced by 40 to 70% by having them, and now we're going to take them away, and that's my concern, I guess. But, you know,
One statistic that I was shocked to get from the red light camera company was that they, according to their records, over 89% of the people who've gotten a ticket from RoboCop have only gotten one. So that tells me that people were speeding in that area before, and now they're not the same people anyhow. And that's a good thing. You know, I mean, the severity of a crash is a function of how much energy is involved in that crash, and that's simply, you know, mass times velocity squared. You know, some of us need to go on diets, but certainly all of us can slow down, you know, and that decrease the amount of energy involved in the crash.
We've seen an increase in traffic fatalities in the past year or two. Can you tell us where those fatalities are occurring at? Or do you have that information with you?
I don't want to sound chaos, but again, as a traffic guy, we spend a lot of time with physics and numbers, that kind of stuff. Our data set for traffic fatalities is wonderfully low. And if you have a data set of 1 or 2 and then you have 4 the next, it's a huge increase percentage-wise. But I always try to keep in mind that every one of those numbers represents a person that's dead and families that have been destroyed and havoc's been wreaked in the homes, everything else, and lost income and potential. We've had some bizarre, random type events in the last few years, and unfortunately that's been a trend. We've had a couple of pedestrians that were under the influence of drugs and just walked out in front of cars, and nothing you can, you know, no way to really to prevent that. We had a person drive onto a parking lot and run over the hose on a gas truck that was dumping gas and cause a fire. I mean, those are kind of things that there's really no way for us to direct and, you know, laser in on the violations or the hazards that are causing these things, which always makes dealing with strictly fatalities hard to deal with. So I try really more when I'm directing people to work more towards where the serious crashes are happening. Because we've got a larger data set, it's easier to be more accurate. But certainly we keep a look at every fatality when it comes in and deal with it. We have specially trained reconstructionists that look, okay, now what could we have done perhaps different? We work with the engineering, I work on the MPO planning board, that kind of stuff. So if we get an engineering issue out here that we need to focus some attention on, we try to do education, enforcement, engineering, and encouragement, really, in all ways we address traffic stuff. Fatalities, some small data sets, some random events, and, you know, I try not to, like I said, minimize, because I realize how serious each one of those fatalities is.
We were very fortunate at the end of '09. It was the first time in 25 years we hadn't had a fatality in Jackson. But we've seen them begin to rise again since then. And as the lieutenant mentioned, even some of these are motorcycles. And some of what we've seen have been where you already have traffic controlled at an intersection, just the attentiveness of the driver was not there, which resulted in. So, you know, those things are tough sometimes to try to circumvent those issues.
Well, the traffic's increased too.
It has, and traffic has increased. We saw a little spike in alcohol. I'm sure you've seen on your budget, we've got the CRE grant this year, which is a crash reduction enforcement grant. Well, we're working some overtime, a couple thousand officer hours of overtime directed towards it. Last Friday night, we did sobriety checkpoints, and that was all paid for by the grant. That was, I think, 33 hours of overtime right there that were paid by the grant.
And I will mention, when Ron mentioned education, he does our traffic school that we also have here. I assume your numbers are still up at that?
Not really, no. But no, you know, we spent a week out at Southside, a week and a half ago, doing the Reapers Week, which addressed traffic safety issues with the children out at Southside close to graduation. We did pre-event surveys on safety belt use. Only about 53% of the kids were using seat belts. These were in unmarked cars. Went back out there the day after we got done the next week, and they were up to 77%, 78%. So hopefully we had some impact there. That's part of the education of the triangle we use.
Only other thing, Mayor, is the capital, which Chief Kendrick did address, the bulletproof vests. The others is carryover, just so everybody understands that's not new money. That's for the software upgrade and the camera upgrade. I don't know if there's any questions on that. But that is money that was borrowed last August. Okay.
Council, my recommendation would be to you, this is first reading, we've got a second reading to go. We can continue to mull the situation as far as the mobile speed van and the red light cameras. I would certainly like to get us out of a situation to where we are being nailed for X number of dollars a month on our red light cameras. I see that as a penalty to our citizens who are obeying the law. And we're paying a company out of taxpayers' money. So I got a problem with that. We can, between now and the second reading, I can get some people back on the phone with this particular company to see if the mobile speed van is part of that equation. I know they are disappointed in the revenues simply because of the elimination of right turn. Our citations from mobile speed van are going down, which is good. That's the intent of it, and I understand that. The last numbers I had as far as revenue over expenses from the mobile speed van was about $119,000 a year, and that's certainly nothing to sneeze at. But I think it's a matter of you know, what is going to be productive for us in saving lives. So that's going to take a little bit longer than 10 or 15 minutes for the council to think about that, and myself also. So I'd simply recommend maybe to hold those thoughts and work on those thoughts until the second reading, and certainly we can modify the budget at that time if council so deems. Any other questions of Chief or Ron? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, you want to go back to the
We
public
can. We
works?
go back on schedule now. I was just trying to finish up public safety and get
Gotcha.
them on their way.
Next would be the building and department housing code. Tom has weathered the storm. He's still here.
This is on page 38 of your expenses.
This was the building and codes department, Winbush.
At the bottom, 41,620.
Mayor, council. On my budget, building and housing, we had to cut 3.5%, which we did. The only increase we had is East Department had 2 employees that had an increase in longevity. We did have an increase on light item 224 in the building. Our copy machine has been in the building department since 1996. It was a lease. When the lease expired, Mr. Campbell purchased that copier. This year, we've had the repair person there enough, we've thought about putting him on full-time. We run about 4,000 to 4,500 copies a month through it. Copies of all the letters, everything that goes out, so we feel like it'd be better off to go ahead and replace it. I believe the lease is $280 a month. And I think it's maybe like .006 per copy on top of the 280. But that was the only increase we had, and but that's not asking for more money. We just move money around to be
So
able to get
you're
there.
leasing that copier?
We're asking to lease a new one and get rid of the old one we've had since 1996.
Is it cheaper to lease it or is it cheaper to purchase it?
Lease it, I'm sure,
Yeah.
I think mostly, yeah.
because I believe the maintenance comes with the lease.
Okay.
And just to clarify, I think Ms. Bell pointed out before, the reason you don't see the perfect minus 3.5%, Tom has taken that out, but when she did the employee benefits and she had to roll in the 21% increase in healthcare costs, that sometimes supersedes what he's taken out.
Any questions?
How many permits on residential, are they still about the same? You seeing a
About
bump in
the
them?
same. It's coming up a little bit. I don't know if it's because people are starting another house to help pay for the one they just built, or, but they are increasing some, and the commercial permits are increasing some. And on the housing side, steadily boarding up houses. I think last year between the violent crime grant and the housing grant, we spent like $11,000, and that's just for material to board up houses. Kathleen is steadily cutting the grass for us, and we are getting some of the, and we're putting liens on every property, and we're getting some of that back occasionally, and we don't mow for $50 per yard anymore. So if you have any rental property, mow it. Don't let us mow it.
You don't want to get a lien on your
No, because they
property
run
for
from
city mowing your grass.
$400 to $1,200 if we mow it. Or Kathleen has it mowed.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions of Tom? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I guess we probably need the street department, Gary LaForgie, and have him come up and address his areas, Mayor. And we can come back to the public service complex with Kathleen later.
Gary's budget, State Street Act begins on page 42, account number 43190, SSA Street Maintenance.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Hey, Gary.
First thing I want to do, some of you may not know Leilani Pittman Mills. She's my office manager. She's primarily here to answer some questions on the state contract, maintenance contracts on our state routes. I'll give the floor to her after I go through the budgets very quickly. I guess first budget we want to go through is the 43-190, which is the street maintenance. This budget's a little different than the general fund. Sam helped me with a lot of these figures on it. You'll notice that this budget's up. This budget is based by the revenues from the fuel tax. So it's not, it doesn't come from the general fund. When we split, reconstructed street maintenance, stormwater, and H&S, we divided from my people into two other departments. So that happened last September, and we still really don't have a handhold on what is going on. We have a better feel for it because we do have some experience. But we found things like contractual services, motor vehicle fuel, building supplies. These things were not adequate in our existing budget, so we had to add into this budget. That's the reason you see this budget is up.
Well, as Gary said, a big factor in that is that we're forecasting $1.7 million in state tax recovery. So he has that money to spend. It's not coming out of the general fund. It's not taken away from anything else. It's monies that are coming to be spent for road upkeep, et cetera.
Sam Dawson works very well with me, and he's tracking all of that. So, of course, we're trying to maintain it as low as we can, be as efficient as we can. But Sam pretty well lets me know whether I'm getting closer or if I got some money. Are there any questions on that budget? Next budget would be the street cleaning. This budget basically is our sweepers and our sweeper operators and some of our office staff that cannot go into the SSA budget. The state mandates who can be salaried and what equipment and whatever else. So that budget gets some of these other things, and you'll notice that it's up a little bit, but I think basically that's a result of putting in the employee benefits, if I'm not sure, because basically there's nothing that was changed on it.
Is that budget just street sweeping, or is there more to it than street sweeping?
Street cleaning, that would include plowing, snow plowing, spreading, anything to do with keeping the streets curb and gutter clean.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you get a clogged up gutter, send somebody out, unclog it, that will fall into this department.
Well, some of that'll fall into, we run the street, I just have 3 employees in there that run the sweepers. We run 3 sweepers a day. I've got one on night shift. He works from 10:30 to 6. He'll do your major state routes because there's less traffic. The other 2 will do residential so that we don't wake people up at night with these sweepers. And that's basically all that we do in that thing. Now, if we have inlets that are plugged, these sweepers have vacuum on them where they can take, you'll notice a hose on the back of them. will actually go down into that inlet, and where a guy didn't have to shovel it out, it'll suck it out. Very handy piece of equipment.
So the leaf pickup is not a part of this.
No, leaf pickup is H&S.
Okay, any questions on the street cleaning?
Just another question, just generalized. I had a question from a constituent, whether street sweeping is worth it for us to do it. You know, we're spending $500,000 on doing that. If we didn't, I mean, the streets have become pretty bad shape, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the main reason that we sweep is basically curb and gutter, and that's for drainage. You don't want this stuff to go down into the drain, storm drains, and plug all that up. We know what happens there. You'll get flooding, and you get a lot of other issues. It also pulls things out of the gutters. After the '03 tornado, we had, what was it in the county, 45,000 roofs. They would drive down. There's a bump there on Airways at the bypass. I watched the trailer. He had one of those mesh bottoms. He had his trailer loaded with the shingles, had all this stuff on it. He hit that bump and all the nails and stuff went everywhere. So we went and got magnets for these trucks, because basically they'll hit every street probably 6 times a year, curb and gutter streets. And the first day we were out, we picked up a 5-gallon pail and nothing but nails and everything you can imagine, tools, syringes, all of that. And that's all worked out. And I think without having that, the city would be less beautiful, for one thing. The other thing is these, as you'll see when she gets into this, the sweeper accounts for about 95% of our state contract, our maintenance contract. So they're paying us to run.
I think you'll find in stormwater management regulations through the state too, that
Yes.
TDEC watches that very, very closely and mandates. I mean, one time we had the flusher. You remember the flusher that flushed out the gutters? Well, you no longer use those because it washes everything down the stormwater system. And now then we have to go to the vacuum and pull it out before it gets to that point. So we do have state regulations, but it is a lot of money to spend on cleaning. Any other questions of Gary on street cleaning? That it? Is that all yours?
That's all I've got.
Thank you very much, sir.
You want Ms. Leilani to answer some questions?
No, I don't know. Leilani, you want to answer some questions? I didn't think so. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to answer some questions.
I guess the last one, Mayor, in Public Works would be the city garage.
Okay, Rodney?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey.
Well, I don't really have a whole lot to say about our budget. It's pretty well,
Starts
you
on
know,
43.
it's up just a little bit. And I think that's primarily because of the benefits, I'm pretty
43?
sure.
Very, very bottom of
Okay.
44.
Unless y'all have questions, I don't really see any point in just going over.
So a question I had was,
Sir?
in the past, we've talked about trying to get more of the garage operations charged out to departments that you're.
As far as I know, that's not gonna happen this year. I'm all for it. I think it'd be great, but to my knowledge, that's not on the table at this point. It can be.
I'd like for it to be.
We
What
did
is it?
say we would look at it in future years. We've just had bigger fish to fry with FEMA and other things right now.
What are we supposed to be doing that we're not?
We had said that we would look at finding a method to charge out totally his operation.
Okay, to
To the
each
individual
department.
departments, so we can see the true cost of the departments.
And
Okay.
maybe that's an excuse, but we have been concentrating on some other issues.
Well, we can, yeah, okay. All right. Well taken.
Any questions from anybody?
Any questions of Rodney as far as the garage operations? Basically take care of all the city's equipment and vehicle fleet? Okay, Rodney, thank you.
Okay, thank y'all.
Well, we let him off easy.
Yeah.
The next area, Mayor, would be Tony Black in Recreation, covered. Thought he was here, yeah, there he is.
It's on page 49.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have cut 3%, that was before the benefits portion, and total of $121,000. I have spread over 13 sub-departments. The bulk of it was groundskeeping and park maintenance. But when we put the employee benefits back into park maintenance, it kind of brought it up a little bit. We did notice, one of the things that we'll probably make an adjustment on, I just talked to Kirby, we just noticed that at South Jackson, we didn't include the employee benefits into her bottom, her total amount. With that, I'll address any questions from any of the departments. We'll survive. And, groundskeeping, we got an employee, full-time employee that's retiring, and we're not going to replace his salary. We will replace some bodies with maybe some part-time people, but not a full-time person.
What did you reduce under athletics?
Athletics. In athletics, the employee benefits went down. Also with contractor services, which were budgeted last year, we budgeted about $69,000. We reduced it to $8,000. And operating supplies, which was about $20,000, we reduced it to about $11,000. And so that pretty much brought us down to a total of about $18,000 from athletics.
When you say you'll survive, I know what you're saying, that you can live with this, but is there any area in particular you're worried about with this cut?
Groundskeeping do a lot of cutting and also a lot of helping with other departments. We tend to hire some seasonal helpers this time of year, and we're possibly looking at probably cutting back on that number. But with the employee that's leaving and replacing with part-time, I've got a pretty good crew of department people, and they manage very well. The winter months it slows down, but this time of year it really gets hectic with us helping at sometimes at Pringles, sometimes at the Sportsplex with maintenance. You know, maintenance had cut. We reason maintenance up. We did put on a full-time person who's been a part-time employee for 12, 13 years. A good young man, and their maintenance is spread out. They do all of the public buildings. I think a lot of people just think they do the parks, but they do every public building that we have, and it's a great crew. But they tend to get it done. So that's just a legitimate concern with groundskeeping, the cutting and the mooring and that type thing.
It is amazing what groundskeeping and parks maintenance do on a yearly basis.
Really
This time of year it's wide open and they take care of all that.
And then this year it got warmer earlier, so the cutting had to be taking place like in early March, started cutting.
How many did you say you have? How many employees?
I mean, I
do
have
that?
50, I have
Do
52
that?
full-time. How many people in?
How many do that groundskeeping?
In groundskeeping, we have about 20, I want to say it's 26 employees at groundskeeping, full-time.
Did you say their benefits would be cut, or did I?
No.
Oh, okay, all right, okay,
I got one that's retiring, we're not going to replace him.
okay. Thank you.
Any questions from council for Tony?
I'd just like to tell Tony, thank him for, we gonna have movies in the park over in East Jackson for
Shirley
a
Mercer
change for the
Park.
first time in years, so
Yeah.
thank him for making it happen and working along with you.
We'll do
man.
4 movies this summer, a movie each month, starting in June with the movie Courageous.
Yeah.
Starts at nightfall.
Thank you, Mayor, for
Yeah. Then we'll do one in June, then we'll do one in July, and then August and September.
How many
And we're
parks?
working with the neighborhood association and
How many
Councilman
parks
Dodd.
will you do the movies in?
We do it in 2, Liberty Garden and Shirley Mercer Walking Trail Park.
Okay.
And we get a lot of, just the Shirley Mercer's, a lot of usages begin. I've got a church that wants to do a little Christian concert there, which is, I think, appropriate for it. And we're meeting tomorrow with Thursday with the Neighborhood Association. We work very closely with them in helping develop it because we have some money left in our capital for flowers and landscaping and some signage and stuff, and we wanted them involved, so they're very, very supportive about that.
Okay. Questions? No, thank you, Tony. Al, who's next?
Okay. Are there any other increases, any questions before we go to public buildings? We'll just, I know Mose is here, and we can start out with him.
Mo's coming up, buddy.
Page 54 is remote civic center.
Page.
First of all, I would be remiss if I didn't say good afternoon to the ladies first.
Thank you.
And then everyone else. Good afternoon.
You're off to a good
You're
start.
such a smooth,
That's the way I was brought up.
he's a criminal.
We had to reduce, as you know, by 3.5%, and we did. I do the Civic Center and Oman Arena. It was stated earlier that we are working with the school department at Oman Arena to get them back to renting or leasing out the arena for Madison, maybe JCM on basketball games, and as a PE area for Madison. And that should bring some revenue. Oman Arena was one of the biggest cuts I had to make on it. I think it was $114,000. And we did cut that, and we had to cut $32,000 from the Civic Center. We're hoping that the grant money that was used to change out all of the 30-some-year-old air handling equipment is going to help us on our utility bills. Only time is going to tell that. We're getting into the hottest part of the season, and this should give us some good idea. Almost $600,000 was spent at the Civic Center to upgrade it on the heating and air. So time will tell. If we have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
With your cutbacks, how many employees are you? Are they getting moved to other places by the cutting back on the Oman Arena?
Okay, Oman Arena, I just have one full-time employee over there. That's Donnie Blackwell. He's been there 20-something years. Donnie will still be over there, and he works at the Civic Center and vice versa. When we have the few events that we do have over there, some of my guys go with Donnie, and then we would transfer the money back and forth to cover for that.
Have most of those people who, annually have events at the Civic Center, have most of them contracted to come back next year as
Yes,
far as you
ma'am.
know?
We do what is called a rollover. We don't do a contract, but we roll over and they verify. That's the best way to keep the same date. And as you know, most events would like to have that same date every year. So we do a rollover every year on that.
Well, that shows you're doing a good job. We're not losing them. That's great.
The economy has really hurt, and we all know that. It has hurt not only the events that we have, but because a lot of those events at the Civic Center are fundraisers. And it has hurt them also. But we're here basically to give at your service, and that's what we do.
Mayor, can we approach Lane College?
Why don't, Moses, share quickly your relationship with Lane and what they
Lane
do
College,
financially.
for the last few years, as a contract with the Oman Arena, they use it for their home basketball games. They also are responsible for the removal of the hardwood floor and installation of it. When we do have events, we try not to have events on the hardwood floor. Naturally, you can't have the bull riding, and you don't want to put the ring from WWE and things like that on it. So Lane was responsible. They took it upon themselves because we just didn't have the people. They can either outsource it or use their own maintenance people to put the floor down and take it up. And I think we had 11 games there last year, basically $1,000 a game. is what we charge.
On the Miss Tennessee pageant, do we get any revenue from that? Is all
City
the revenue
does.
Go directly to them?
City. We look at it as the incoming revenue from restaurants and things like that by the draw
Yeah, I know
of
that.
people. Right.
Okay.
So indirectly, we do. yeah.
But as far as our expense, we have the same expense budgeted as last year, but our totals are almost double.
What you see on that for the Miss Tennessee pageant, last year, the actual stage for the Miss Tennessee pageant was roughly 21 years old. And it was decided it was getting dangerous. So it had to be completely demolished and rebuilt. And that's what you see on that this year. That will not be the price or the cost for the operating the Miss Tennessee pageant. The next fiscal year, this is a one-time, this new stage, I think everyone is going to be happy with it, but it was time, it was 20 years old.
Okay, so we charge the full cost of that stage in the Miss Tennessee pageant, but other events can use it, or is it?
Oh, no. It goes into the basement, it's just for Miss Tennessee pageant.
Well, that's what I meant. I mean, we paid for it, but only the Miss Tennessee pageant can be allowed to use it? Is that-
Exactly.
Okay.
Why is that?
It's the way it's always been. First of all, if you're going to, it takes time to bring that stage up and set it up. All the events that we have, there's just not the time to bring up a whole new stage, put it together, and all the different things that go with getting that stage set. You don't just put it together. You got to support it. You got to touch up on the paint. And I don't think my customers will be willing to pay that extra amount because it's just not an easy job and you're going to have more time. And to be honest with you, we just wouldn't have the time for these events that we have just about back to back. It's just not conducive.
Do we store that stage?
Yes, sir. It's stored down under the main stage.
Can we not charge them for storage?
No.
It's our stage.
That's right.
It's our
It's ours, but it only
Charge
belongs
yourself.
to the Miss
So we have another
Tennessee
stage that
people.
we have our own stage.
Yeah.
The main stage that you see in the Civic Center, that's what we use. And all of the people that rent the building. Because here again, turnaround time that we have to perform is not conducive.
And probably you don't have other events that need the ramp and
No,
all of
ma'am.
that. Yeah,
Not for the whole
walkway
thing.
and all
No,
that.
no.
Maybe someday we'll have the Miss America pageant here and we can
Okay.
do that then.
Moses going, please no. On the talent
What you
procurement,
drinking?
on the talent procurement, I noticed there's a big reduction there.
Exactly. That's where, if you look at that line item, that's where my percentage of cut this year came from because looking at what we have committed is going to be down. Our forecast for revenue is going to be down, and that ties in with the talent procurement.
Okay, and what exactly is talent procurement? Is that where we're actually,
Exactly. The talent procurement line item is the money that we actually wire to the promoter. That money, once we do our settlement, give them their settlement sheet, we don't do cash. We show them what will be wired to them. It comes from that talent procurement line item.
okay, does that come from ticket sales? We're paying them back on the ticket sales?
Exactly. So
Are the
basi-
sales holding its own? I mean, is it profitable to us?
If we are to have any events where they want us to sell the tickets, I would say yes, it's profitable. The thing is, like at Oman Arena, it's just not there for as ticket-making events because of, to be honest with you, it's just an old building. And as the mayor said earlier, the support system is not there. And we had to forbid anyone from going up there to fly anything. Everyone bypasses us then and go to where they can do what they need to do.
Nothing about $20 million would take care of.
Yeah.
I've been talking to the mayor. I just want to think we need to maybe look at approaching Lane College And if I could, Mayor, can I make a motion to put together a committee to kind of look at that? 'Cause we really not making any money, we're just sitting there and maybe looking down the road, looking at another arena. I think it's time, but I think we're losing a whole lot of money on a lot of concerts that we can get in this area. They going to Memphis and Nashville because of this, the arena that we have here.
That's correct.
Mose, the market in the economy they're in, how about the market for stage productions? I mean, are they doing one every other day in Memphis, or is all that slowed down there during the?
Memphis, if you notice where they advertise, the Orpheum Theater is doing real well on plays, constantly filling things of that nature at the Orpheum stage productions.
That's theater production.
Right.
How about the stage? How about?
You mean like at the FedEx Forum?
Yeah.
From what I can gather, they're doing pretty good on what they rent out also. Here again, it's the way the building is made and what it can house and how many people. We can only get 4,500 people over at Oman Arena. And like the mayor said this morning, if they had to hang everything from the floor up, support it, you're blocking your seats, and some of those seats can't be sold.
I don't even think the companies can make much money to get that many people. They need more big arenas to get more people in to make money.
We were told quite some time ago that if Jackson had a bigger arena, 15 to 20,000, that the people would not be going down into Mississippi, I believe. There's a good-sized arena down there.
That's what a lot of people start paying.
And because of the fact there is such a big production, they got to make big money. And you can't make it in a 4,500 seat arena that you can't hang your lights and things from.
Well, Councilman, you want to make that? We
I
can
made-
do that, make it a form of motion.
I made a motion. Put together a committee to kind of look at the old marina and see what we could do. A possibility, like, approaching Lane, because the Lane used a lot. And looking at maybe another arena down the road.
How much is it insured for?
Is that off the record?
It's not off the record. It's on the record. It's on the record now.
Yeah, just kind of look at some numbers to see what would, because I think Lane using it's right close to their campus. And right now, I think with Lane College, they can't use their gym at all right now to do basketball games. Because the division they in now, it's not regulated. Size gyms, they'll probably be using it,
Talk to them about purchasing it, is that what you're saying? Or-
purchasing it, whatever. I mean, right now, we ain't making any money on it. I mean, whatever we got to do to get rid of it, because we eating it right now, we just eating it, a cost up there right now. You know.
Well, we could, the arena was built initially as a school facility. I mean, it was nothing more or less than a gymnasium and field house for Jackson Central, Marion Jackson High, and that's basically all it is. Even today, we got away with some time as far as having fairly successful concerts there. So I think to look to the future of Oman Arena and look at some studies and some research as it relates to the disposition of the facility itself may be well intended. I wouldn't just open the door to Lane, just open the door, to example, for Jackson Madison County School System and Lane College and or perhaps maybe a coalition of groups who would be able to use it and use it as it should be used and still relieve the city of a considerable amount of liability each year that we continue to keep the doors open.
If you do agree to do that, the selling point is going to be all of the new mechanical equipment that had to be replaced when we had the flooding in 2010. You have all new heating and air in the basement area. Also keep in mind, whomever you talk to, of the hardwood floor. That's still an excellent floor.
If I could change the mode just to explore and see what's out there, or if there's any opportunity for anybody to want to take a look at it.
Okay, Council, okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Go ahead, Councilman.
My question would be, if we do look at that and decide to do something with it, maybe, is that gonna possibly affect our insurance settlement?
I don't see where it would.
I mean,
You
not
mean
not
on
the
FEMA
insurance,
claim?
but the FEMA settlement? If we decide to sell it to Lane for,
I don't think so.
okay,
No, it should not affect.
I'd
that.
hate,
That's-
okay.
No.
We've already paid the
Yes, we've already
repairs.
paid.
No, I'm talking about, we're
Yeah.
trying to get reimbursed for it.
But it's already, the claim's already been made.
I guess so. but we sold it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Is any further discussion on the motion? If not, council, please vote.
And the vote is unanimous.
Okay, any other questions of Mose? If not, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we need to move on. Didn't you say you had someplace to go at 4?
I didn't say that.
I do, no. Fairgrounds, is John Roberts here?
Any question before John Robert comes up? Any questions from council as to the fairgrounds budget? He is here and available to
Which,
answer any questions.
Fairgrounds is on page 58 and 59. I thought it was going to go to Ned next and skip.
Come on up, John Robert.
Okay. But I guess the bottom line, what I was saying, Mayor, is if you look at this sheet here on public buildings, it's almost 99% red, meaning it's reductions. So maybe we can get through this a little faster because there's basically no increases except Pringles Park, and I'll address that.
Any questions of John Robert on the fairgrounds? Everybody good? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That was
Tough
easy.
chore. Tough chore.
Now we can go to the Ned. I'm following a different order than Karen.
Bottom of page 57 and 58.
Okay, Pat's here and Ned, you all have the budget. If you have any questions for her.
Now, we're all renting Ned out quite often, ain't we? The
Pardon?
Ned son, we're using that quite often.
Oh, yes. In fact, it's increased in the number of rentals that we're having now. So we're real pleased with that. I think that there had been some comments several years ago about it being dark so much. It's light
How many?
on most weekends.
many
However,
do it
there's
hold?
some that we can't.
How many do it hold there? I mean, how many people?
440.
It's a great venue.
Pardon?
It's a great venue.
It is. It's really great, and it's something that the city can be proud of.
Absolutely.
which page is the revenue item on that one, Karen? Do you know off the top of your head? I know you don't off the top of your head, but can you find it faster than me is a real question.
The net revenue is on page 10 of your revenue. Starts with the line item theater strips and then goes over to the next.
Okay, is that whole, okay, whole hunk there's Ned? Okay.
I'm sorry.
That whole section is Ned
That whole
revenue.
section there at the bottom of page 10 is the revenue.
So revenue is actually, we're budgeting $22,000 more than last year.
And on the April statements, they have already brought in $8,000 more than projected in their budget through April 30th for 2 months left to go, so.
Okay.
Thank you. We're trying.
Did a good job.
Okay, I guess my question is, if you're taking in that much more revenue, are we still gonna be able to keep your expenses where we are? I mean, there's nothing that really, I would assume that more activity, there'll be more expense for
Yeah,
cleaning and
and
maintenance.
there are more expenses with activities, more rentals, it costs us more too. We will do the very best we can. We've talked about ways that we could cut back somewhat without hurting the overall experience of coming to the net.
Okay, any other questions for Pat? If not, Pat, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We're whittling them
Who we got?
I was gonna see if Tony's still here for, I guess we kind of skipped his buildings unless he addressed those before, but,
We'll go, we got, did you say you have Pringles, we got sports flags. Rick's here, won't we go ahead and get him first and let him go back to work?
okay.
Ricky, come up.
It's not like you got anything to do.
Pretty busy this weekend.
The sports flex is in the section called other funds.
There's a special section toward the back of your book called Other Funds, and it'll be the first one listed under Other Funds, from 124.
Yeah, we'll just very briefly.
How many teams we got this weekend?
You're stealing a little bit of my thunder, Councilman, but we have 110 teams from 7 states this weekend. That is a new all-time record for us.
Just as an introduction, and I know we went through this before when Mike Hewitt was here, but as we review last year's results, I know Ricky's very proud of the fact that on an operating income standpoint, and that's before any donation from West Tennessee Healthcare, we had $218,000 of profit. So as a standalone entity, which is what an enterprise fund is supposed to do, we have indeed reached that point, and the numbers that Ricky is throwing out now will only add to that because it's volume related as to what we can get out of that facility. So I'll let Ricky go ahead.
Did want to share just a few, first of all, good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I wanted to share just a few, some of our highlights so far this year. We do have 110 teams from 7 states coming in this weekend. Our previous record was set in 2010 with 98 teams. Some of the highlights so far this year, our first tournament, we hosted a team from Muscatine, Iowa. Muscatine, Iowa is an 8.5-hour one-way drive from Jackson, Tennessee. I've been around the ball business a long time, and I still don't understand that. I'm glad that they're coming, but I still don't understand it. But we had a team from Muscatine to drive down here. We also have our first team from Georgia that would be coming in sometime in July. That adds to the 13 previous states that we are now involved in. Just hosted 2 collegiate conference softball championships in the past couple of weeks. Teams came from Texas. We had 3 teams from Texas, Arkansas, Kentucky, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Grandparents who we talked with around those tournaments came from Washington State, Michigan, Oklahoma, Florida, Louisiana, to name a few. We appreciate the mayor coming out and throwing an opening pitch for those tournaments. To give you a comparison of what we're doing so far this year as comparison for last year, just did some numbers yesterday. We are 70 teams ahead of last year's total at this time of the year. That's like having an extra tournament because we're at somewhere averaging between 60 and 70 teams per tournament. We've added a playground and also added Wi-Fi in the entire complex. Plans are to complete batting cages in the near future. Excuse me. Our league play has increased. We're mighty proud of what we do during the week. It's very important what we do on the weekends, but we're very pleased to tell you that our league play has increased. Dixie Leagues have continued to play at the Sportsplex. The Special Needs Group has just started play and has increased their numbers of participants. JRPD, our Jackson Recreation and Parks Department, play their adult softball leagues there. And the JRPD for the second year is playing their 5, 6, 7, and 8-year-olds. They start half a season at the North Park area, and then they complete their season at the Sportsplex. They also have increased their numbers coming to the park. For the 3rd straight year, we've hosted the USGF World Series, Girls World Series at the Sportsplex. This year, the USGF has moved all of their classes to our complex. Totals will range between 80 and 90 teams for a week-long tournament. We had 51 last year for the Hub City. We are working with the NPF, the National Pro Fast Pitch League. They have 4 teams throughout the country. We're working with them, and the NPF is going to be doing some clinics at the Sportsplex. They will be bringing in professional softball players. This league is supported by Major League Baseball, and this league is probably going to increase to 6 or 8 teams next year. And we'll be working with them doing some clinics at the Sportsplex using those professional softball players. In June of this year, this is kind of a little preliminary, but in June of this year, we, the Sportsplex and the NPF, will be making a major announcement that an event will take place in October in Jackson, Tennessee. I'm not allowed to do that yet, but when they give me the okay, we are going to make a major announcement. It is going to happen. We just need to work out a few details. One of the things that we're proudest about, and it doesn't get talked about a lot, is our economic impact to the city. I give you figures and we give you numbers. We can look at the hotel motel within our budget and know that that's increased every year since we've been out there. But the economic impact, when somebody goes to a restaurant, when you go to a restaurant this weekend, you're probably going to have to wait 30 minutes to get you a place. And that's a good thing. We're bringing those folks in town. And so I encourage that particular area. We don't talk about it enough because there is some other areas that we cannot put a number on. I do want to share with you, this year we went over 225 part-time employees at the Sportsplex. And so, again, we're mighty proud about that because we are hiring folks in this area on a part-time basis. With that, if there's any questions that you have about the budget, I'll be glad to try to answer those questions.
Council, any questions of?
Just because the Sportsplex is an enterprise fund, it stands alone. Its debt is not a part of the city's debt. You can see we started out 5 years ago with $9.1 million, and we're down to $5.3 million, which is almost unheard of. You know, it's taken 20 years to pay off Pringles Park, and we're really making great strides here. And you can see Ricky talked about the hotel motel tax. We started out in 08, 310,000, 361. We had a dip with the general economy, 271. Now we're back up at 400,000. State shared tax coming from Exit 85 has grown from 12,000 to 500,000. And although you can't say the Sportsplex is 100% responsible for that, I think you can raise a good argument that it's a good portion of it, responsibility.
Okay.
Ricky, are the facilities holding up well?
This starts our 6th year, Councilman, and the repair, if you look down in that line item, it's going to continue to go up. We're trying our best to stay on top of that each year. Sometimes you tend to say, well, we'll do it next year, we'll do it next year. We're in the process of putting a 5-year plan together as far as replacements. Now, we have certain items that we got to replace every year, but those netting on the fences out there and those types of things, we're putting together a 5-year plan that will.
Field wear.
Field is being used a lot, and that's a good thing. And we do have a significant side amount that we have to use every year because, again, it just wears the fields out. But we'd much rather have that than the fields be pretty like that and not have to spend a penny. We know that they're being used. So in those fields, again, I want to compliment our staff. We have a dedicated staff out there from start to finish as far as a lot of pride within taking care of the buildings too.
Y'all do a great job.
Yeah. Go out there. I'm out there about every other weekend. It hasn't changed since it began. This still looks the same. Looks great.
Really does. Okay, any other questions of Ricky, Sportsplex budget? If not, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I see one more department head here, and that's Miss Kathleen, who
been
has
waiting
been
patiently all day.
patient. Set up right. She did not nap, to my knowledge.
Save the best for last.
That's right. That's right.
You'll skip past Fund 125, first one, next one, 131. Says page 20 at the top of the revenue begins, any other fund section. First of all, if you have any questions about the public service complex building, I'll be glad to address those. That's my responsibility too. If not, I guess the biggest change we've had this year has been our residential garbage collection rate number of households because of the annexation. We now service 22,430 residences twice a week with garbage collection.
And with that annexation, some people obviously did not want to be annexed, and they did not want to take advantages of the services that we offered. And people are able to opt out of the service if they elect to. But out of that 660 some odd residences that we annexed, we've had 78 people to opt out, which is not very many. And we do occasionally get a compliment about how nice it is to have garbage service, especially curbside. I mean, back door, excuse me. Some people were used to having curbside, and now they are able to have back door.
On the garbage rates that we're charging now, are we continuing to look into that to make sure that we're charging enough to actually cover the costs?
That's something else
what
we're
I was
going
going
to
to address at the end here, but
Okay.
we have a, if you're through, I can just go into this. We have an ordinance that we want to present, basically that these are the commercial rates here. The residential rate is in item 1 here, which we're proposing to take to $17.84 a month. And let me try and explain to you how we arrived at that. We currently, and residential is easier to address because it's only one rate, whereas commercial you have 25 different size containers and deliveries multiple times a week and et cetera. But let me see if I can zero this in here. Okay, basically, we're at currently $14.97 on the residential rate. We have not had an increase since September of 2008. So basically, we're off a month or two, but we were proposing to increase this in July, and that will have been a 4-year period with no increases to the customer. Here's what we have absorbed in that interim. We still had 2 years left on the waste management contract, and that called for a 3% increase each year. Then it switched to a CPI index-based, and the first year was 3.2%. And we're estimating, and Waste Management is estimating another 3% this August. Allied BFI, which is the other half of it, this is the hauling, this is the dumping. Their contract was on a CPI rate much sooner than the Waste Management. And these were some low years for the whole economic place as far as the CPI. So it was only 1.8%. and 1.1%, but the last increase, which is basically December of 2011 versus December 2010, was up 3.8%. And you might ask, well, how
that's the landfill, right?
Landfill,
Okay.
right. You might ask how that can be, but fuel costs are included in the CPI index as designated by that contract, and we're estimating probably 4% the next time around. We also have absorbed fuel surcharges for 4 years. Basically, anytime the diesel fuel price that Waste Management is using is over $2.71 a gallon, then we are obligated to pick up that surcharge. And as you can see, the only time it dipped was in 2010. But if you take those costs, I tried to allocate them between residential and commercial. But if you come across here for the 4-year period, you can see that we've absorbed $1,523,000 worth of increases just in contractual services. Now, that doesn't include the increased costs of mowing and animal control. How many lots are you mowing right now?
We, the city, have inherited 332 lots that we have to mow from March to November on a regular basis. Plus, when the building department has complaints about residences and or property that are not being maintained, they make the effort to contact the owners. If they can't find the owner, then Tom Winbush sends it to me, we mow it, we attach liens to the property. Last year, between March and November, we mowed 229 lots with a minimum of one time, maximum of 4 times a year. And we attached about $213,000 worth of liens to those properties. So, in addition to garbage collection, we have a lot of property that we take care of. Plus, as you all know, in last September, the Health and Sanitation Department became responsible for all of the debris pickup on our city streets. That is bulky waste pickup, leaves. The leaf machines are now part of our department. Any of the inlets that have debris on top of them, we are responsible for that also. So my department went from 12 H&S staff and 2 animal control officers to 32 people in my department. But we keep them busy 5 days a week, and rain or shine, they're out there. We now pick up leaves all year. We started last year earlier. We don't, typically, the leaf machines didn't start till the Monday after Thanksgiving. We started mid-September because leaves were falling. And we continued, we acquired another small leaf machine over the years, and then we are still operating leaf machines, usually just 1 day a week. But as our drivers are out there picking up debris or picking up garbage, they're letting us know where there are loose leaf piles that we can send a leaf machine once a week to those specific areas.
Do you all have an overhead as far as comparative garbage rate, solid waste removal in some of our key cities, and kind of, Kathleen, can you kind of, I know there are not many of the cities that have twice a week pickup.
The only one that's comparable is Brownsville. And I talked to Brownsville, they are staying at $16 this year, but they are planning an increase next year. And they do have twice a week back door, but their garbage is collected by city crews. They do not contract.
How about the other cities? Just a couple of the other cities and what they're paying.
Most of them have curbside. Germantown does have back door. They're $24.50 if you want back door, $20 if you want to put it at curbside.
Is that once a week?
That's once a week. Curbside Bartlett, Collierville, they're $23, $19. That's curbside once a week, picked up by city crews.
And it's been 4 years.
Yes.
Since
The record will
2008.
show that about every 4 to 5,
Yeah, if
3
you
to
look
4
at
years,
this,
we've had to bump
hard
ours
to
up.
read, but almost every 4 years. Last time we had a 16.9% increase. And it sounds like a big percentage, but when you go 4 years and absorb $1.5 million in costs, obviously you've got to try and cover that and then plan ahead.
So we're looking at going from $14.97 to $17.84.
Correct.
We feel like that's going to cover our additional costs,
It
so we're
should.
going to be breaking even basically on the deal?
It
Don't see
should.
a problem with that.
And let me say too that over the years, we have had good and bad relationships with our contractor. We now have, our office staff has direct contact with every driver. So if somebody calls in and says, that garbage man just drove by my house, obviously if we've got 22,000 homes that you've got to service twice a week, somebody's going to get missed occasionally. And so Mr. Cisco's smiling. He's the first one to call me. But we have direct contact with those drivers now. We can call them and say a certain address was missed, and they can go back and get it. Plus, Waste Management has a new system where they actually can tell when their truck passes by a particular residence or a particular business.
Well, I must be on the blacklist because I get missed a lot.
Well, why don't you call me and let me know that?
And my garbage gets scattered from one end of my yard to the other.
Well, why don't you call me and give me your address, and I will put you on, when we have trouble with people that have, with garbage collection, we put them on what we call the monitor list, and we keep them on there a minimum of a month. And there have been certain people that we've kept on for 300 days or more.
In my district, right?
In your district. And that means that somebody from my department physically goes out to that garbage can, either later in the day on their pickup day, or the first thing the next morning, and looks in their garbage can to make sure their garbage has been picked up. Also, people get mad when their tops are left off, their gates left open, their cans are turned over. Well, we put them on the monitor list for that too. So we try to work with them so they get the service they're paying for.
Well, you know, I don't have a problem with the $4 type. I do have a problem with the services of these particular workers. And I will say, you have been wonderful. I mean, you have worked with us, but I don't think you should have to work that hard. I think maybe it's time when this contract is up to bid it out with someone else that maybe has better, more conscientious workers. Because you're working yourself to death, having to go behind these people that are supposed to be responsible enough to close a gate so a pet doesn't get out, or to not strew the garbage everywhere. And when is this contract up that we might consider rebidding it?
The 5-year contract was up, and then there are 5 one-year increases. So come August, the council will have, is it
This
August or
August.
September?
This August?
Yes, this August.
This
We'll have
August.
the chance to approve either enacting another one-year stretch of that or opening it up for bids.
Well, that's good, because honestly, I mean, I think this is ridiculous for this lady to have to handle
Well,
all of these things.
What I will
And you
say
have,
for you-
they vent on you. You know, you get all the venting, and it's not your fault. You know, you're having to go behind them and make them do their job, and that's not a professional company. my
In
opinion.
the long run, though, when you think about as many residences as we service, the complaints are not that many. And my staff, I mean, they're great. They are used to listening to all this, and I think most of you will attest that they just listen, and we try to take care of the problem, one way or another. I mean, people don't call our department because they're happy. Garbage is not a very pretty thing to deal with, but
Yeah, I guess you do make a good point there, because if I look at, you know, I've got 7,000 homes in my district, and I've had one garbage call, you know, over the
You're
last
lucky.
year, then that's a pretty low percentage.
that's right.
But I get like one a week, you know.
Well,
It's-
uh,
But it's not about the pickup. That has gotten so much better. It
Good.
was so many, you know, we're saying they don't pick mine up. You know, that has gotten much better. It is absolutely those throwing the garbage, leaving the gates open, that kind of thing.
It's that kind of thing, and especially this time of year, Waste Management has a lot of temporary employees, and so they just haven't been trained. So, I mean, I'm not making excuses, but I know that's the case.
Right.
the other question is, if we do decide we want to bid it out, we need to start that process way before August, because August is when it renews, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the other question there, I guess, is, if we just go back with Waste Management again, is there a set fee for that, pretty much? What we're paying now plus the 3% increase?
I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, if in August we decide, okay, we're gonna continue to use Waste Management, is there something in the contract we've got now that says we do it for another year at a certain fee or certain price that they charge us?
This would be what, that would include the price that they charge us.
Okay, but if we bid it back out again, could they go up on that, is the question? So if we bid it, we might shoot ourselves in the foot, because we may be getting a better deal now than if we bid it
Exactly.
out.
Well, poor service.
Because we've got a set price they're willing to do it for next year.
Right.
But if they bid it out, they may want more than that price then.
Exactly.
So, okay. We have to
And-
take that into consideration, I guess.
And they have said to me that probably the rate would be about 3% increase each year until the end of that 5-year period.
If we bid it out, it could be a lower rate
I
from
doubt it.
someone else. I don't know. I hear a lot of folks from surrounding places ask, why do we not bid this out? You know,
Well,
so-
we did bid it
So,
out.
but it's been a while, right?
Well,
Yeah.
suppose
Probably if we bid this out again, our rates would increase considerably because they would have to bring in new equipment, everything. Am I not correct on that? I believe we bid it out, was gonna bid it out once before, back several years ago.
Yes.
And am I not
And we
right?
have
We
bid it
we did
out.
bid it.
Right.
Can we bring up the comparable cities again and see what they're paying? I mean, we have to consider a city our size as well.
There's nothing ever gonna be any good with garbage pickup.
Dealing with garbage every
And
day.
dealing with garbage.
This was 2008, the last time we checked. This was this spring when we checked.
Well, and this is what they're charging their
Their customers.
residents, not necessarily what it's costing them to do it either.
Right.
Because we know whether Brownsville could be eating some of the cost for all we know.
And she
But
said they were,
nonetheless, it does show that everybody's charging
And
more
she
than we
said
are.
that they were eating some of the cost. That's where they're looking at an increase.
Okay.
I don't see anything wrong with asking bid, but I think everybody's gonna be surprised what they're gonna get.
well, we'll bring that contract to council and see what the council's wishes are, because it is a risk either way. The flip of the coin.
Okay, as far as the ordinances that he was showing us for the garbage rates, do we need to vote on that today?
Yeah, we do. We need to vote on 3 ordinances. I assume, Karen, have we finished as far as the budget hearings and all the departments?
Unless the
that we
council
gone-
has questions on anything else, yes,
Okay.
sir, we have.
Okay.
He's coming back in.
Who?
John. Before we vote on it.
Yeah, let's,
The only other question I've got is on the commercial. What kind of increase are we looking at on the commercial rates there?
The same. The 19,
I mean, it's approximately the same percentage as what
yes,
we've.
19.2%.
Okay, so the 19.2 is what we're doing residential, we're also doing the same amount on commercial then.
Right.
So we're going from
The
14 something to 7
commercial
something.
hand accounts, which are small businesses that don't generate enough garbage to warrant a dumpster. At this particular month, we've got 564 accounts on that. If you look at the bottom of that, it starts with a half a cubic yard, so your base would be $31.58. A half a cubic yard is 4 30-gallon garbage cans twice a week. If you go to more cans, then you're gonna go up, but the increase is the same. As far as our commercial accounts, we have today 1,463 commercial accounts, that's dumpsters and roll-off containers. And those rates are all based on numbers of days and numbers of service days.
okay. Any other questions from Kathleen? We do have 3 different ordinances which we need to take care of today on first reading. And before we vote, I'd like to see Councilman Dodd reappear. Maybe Scotty will beam him back down here before we vote. But we can go ahead, and the first ordinance will be, Karen, will be the budget ordinance itself.
That is correct.
Approving on first reading the budget that you all have just gone over and had questions on. And remember, we'll still have a second reading, which will be on June the
I believe it's June
3rd, 5th?
5th. It's June the 5th.
June the 5th.
Move the adoption on the 2012-2013
Okay,
operating and capital budget.
Okay, I know everyone's gone unless our PD officer back there in the back and Ron have a question, but we do need to go into a public hearing.
Yes, sir.
And the PD officer, he sits down.
Let Harvey speak back there.
we'll open public hearing and see if there's
residents.
anyone who'd like to be heard on the budget. If not, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion, approval on first reading.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Motion was made.
One quick question, Mayor, when we approved the budget,
Public hearing first, I think. Get off the first.
I'm looking.
Go ahead.
When we approved the budget, the expenses where we approved general government, police administration, then if inside their budget in the police department, for instance, they go over or under any particular line item, as long as they don't go over that particular amount of the budget, we're okay.
Correct.
That's the only time we've
That's
got to
correct.
amend it. Okay.
Exactly.
So the line items, they can adjust around a little bit if they
Exactly.
need to.
I'm asking myself, what we did amend, we did amend the budget, but I assume that was just a written context of the budget and that those,
Are you talking about the grants that we amended today?
Right.
You'll be voting on this, and we'll bring you a spreadsheet back at the June 5th meeting where you have your second reading, which will show the correct numbers. So you're adopting it as presented today with the amendments that you've approved.
okay, then we have, okay, yeah, we have a budget approval as amended.
Correct.
Okay, can I assume that is the motion, and can I assume that that is a proper second? And you all are aware of the amendments, and if not, they'll be available for you at the next meeting. Any discussion, council? Council, please vote.
And the motion passes with 6 members in favor and 1 abstaining.
Okay, the second ordinance that you have is to set the tax rate.
You're setting the tax rate for,
And the tax rate,
197.
yes, 197 this year.
So moved.
Okay, let me get a public hearing open here. Ask if there's anyone that wishes to be heard. Saying the tax rate for next year. If not, we'll close the public hearing, and there is a motion already. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Discussion from council. Council, please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
The third ordinance that you'll be voting on today is to set the new garbage rates with the increase that Ms. Honeycutt has discussed. And,
Okay, y'all have the ordinance, and I'll open the public hearing to see if there's anyone here who wishes to speak in support of or in opposition to pass this ordinance. Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing, and is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion?
I'm just gonna have to find out what my constituents think about this. I think it's fine, but I don't know how they think, so.
Okay, we were still on the motion and a second on the solid waste. Any discussion? Council, please vote.
And the motion passes with 5 members in favor, 1 voting no, and 1 abstaining.
Okay. Okay, that completed the budget hearing. Meeting is adjourned.